Good morning, everyone. Tuesday, August 25th. We have a full agenda today, so let's get right to it. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Would someone care to move? We accept the agenda. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Adoption of the minutes. Regular council meeting from the 28th of July. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, would someone care to move adoption? Councillor Lang, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. The special council meeting from August the 7th. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, Deputy Reeve Swanson moves. All in favor? Motion carries. We will be beginning the public hearing shortly, but we need to have a motion to authorize public participation in the public hearing via electronic communication. Is there a councillor who would care to make that motion? Councillor Laird, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. I would like to call the public hearing to order, 9 a.m. Bylaw 109220. I call this meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. This is a public hearing where the public will participate both in person and via live telephone conference call or Zoom. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our usual process. During the hearing, the meeting moderator will inform you when it is your turn to speak. You will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the Council YouTube channel, it is best that you mute YouTube and listen via your phone, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please call back with the number that was provided and we will add you back into the meeting. I will now outline the process to be used. Everyone participating shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it is told it is their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the Planning Department representative shall explain the background of the bylaw and outline the reasons for the changes. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is participating in person and by telephone and whom is in favor of the bylaw will be asked to present their comments. We will be alternating between people participating in person and over the phone. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the bylaw. After all comments are heard from participating members, any comments received in writing prior to the hearing will be heard. The Planning Department representatives will have the final comments and thus respond to any issues raised previously. To start off, Dustin Bisson will outline the background and reasons for the changes to the bylaw.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. Good morning, Council. For those of you in the gallery and tuning in from home, my name is Dustin Bisson, and I'm a planner here at Clearwater County. And beside me here today is Kim Gillum, our senior planner. I'm going to run through the package that's before Council today. Barry Williams currently holds title to Plan 922-1292, Block 2, which is part of the Northwest 337-6 west of the 5th, containing 80.31 acres of land. The subject lands are located approximately 5 miles northwest of the village of Caroline. Craig McMorrin has made application to redesignate approximately 40 acres from Ag to Recreational Facility District, RF. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, The applicant intends to proceed with the development permit application for the construction and operation of a 260-site unserviced campground. The subject property contains a residence with a few ancillary buildings located in the southeast portion of the quarter. There's an oil field lease access running along the south boundary to a reclaimed lease site located in the southwest portion of the property. The subject quarter section is fragmented by way of the Clearwater River running through the west portion of the quarter. Legal and physical access to the subject property is by way of Township Road 37-0 adjacent the southeast corner of the quarter. Township Road 37-0 and Range Road 6-2A intersect at the southeast corner of the subject property. Surrounding land uses in the area are agriculture and country residence agricultural. Clearwater County also operates a gravel pit approximately half a mile northeast of the subject property. This application is to rezone 40 acres of the subject land to recreational facility district as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw for the development of a campground. The applicant has supplied Clearwater County with preliminary geotechnical study, a flood mapping assessment, as well as a traffic impact study. Planning direction, Clearwater County's land use bylaw, section 13.410 covers off the purpose of the recreational facility district, and I've also included the definition of a campground from our land use bylaw as well. Some things to consider when it comes to the county's MDP, Guiding Principle 3.2. Part 3, the land use compatibility. The location, intensity, scale, design of a new development should be compatible with the capacity of the site and adjacent lands. Section 4.2.4 states, in evaluating development proposals that affect agricultural land, the county should consider a number of factors, such as the nature and extent of farming activities in the local area with a focus on the immediate area. The location, number of existing planned non-farm land uses located and proposed to be located within the area, the predicted impact on sustainable agriculture, farmland assessment rating for adjacent lands as well as the land to be developed, the proposed use of the land, and the reasonable availability of optional locations for the proposed development. Section 8.1.2, promote locally appropriate economic development activities that enhance and diversify the local economy. Section 8.1.4, promote the county as a tourist destination. 8.2.2, in making a decision for land use, land redesignations and developments where agriculture is the primary use, the county should seek to limit infringements on agricultural operations. 9.2.15, Clearwater County shall require the development to meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater. Section 11.2.21, to consider a proposed redesignation or development for a major development, the county may require the applicant to prepare for consideration of approval by the county an area structure plan or an outline plan. Section 11.2.22, the county may require an area structure plan or an outline plan to address any of the following: site suitability, design and density, impact on natural capital and the environment, effects on land use in the vicinity, provisions of roads and utilities, traffic impacts, provisions of open space, protective and emergency services, fire smart provisions, measures to mitigate the effects, and any other matters required to be addressed by the county. Section 12.2.2, the redesignation and development. Clearwater County shall implement the policies of the plan when making a decision on any proposed redesignation or development application and any proposed statutory plan, outline plan, or concept plan. Section 12.2.23 gives Clearwater County the opportunity to ask for any studies that could be prepared by a professional engineer. Those studies could be a geotechnical study, a traffic impact study, a water supply study, utility servicing study, stormwater management plan, environmental assessment, and/or any other studies or plan required by the county. Section 12.2.4 states the county shall consider, where applicable, the following when evaluating an application to redesignate or develop lands: impact on adjoining land uses, impact on the natural capital, including agricultural land, impact on the environment, scale and density, site suitability and capacity, road requirements and traffic impacts, including access egress considerations, utility requirements and impacts, open space needs, availability of protective and emergency services, fire smart provisions, measures to mitigate the effects, and the county, any responsibilities that might come of the county due to the development. Subdivision development regs, section 7, in making a decision whether to approve an application, we should consider the following: its topography, soil characteristics, stormwater collection and disposal, any potential for flooding and subsidence or erosion of the land, its accessibility to a road, the availability and adequacy of a water supply, sewage disposal, and solid waste disposal. In the case where the land is not serviced by a licensed water distribution and wastewater system, the use of land in the vicinity. As I've mentioned earlier, the applicant has provided a preliminary geotechnical assessment of the property conducted by Enviro Geotech Consulting, Inc. The report concludes that the site is suitable for development of a campground. The applicant has provided a flood mapping assessment, and Kim's actually going to bring the flood mapping that was provided to the county. That assessment was completed by Matrix Solutions, Inc. The study concludes that the RV park would be inundated during a 1 to 100 year flood event. The majority of the inundated areas outside the Clearwater River main channel are considered within the flood fringe. It also includes that the overland flood channels that drain across the RV park are considered floodway. Velocities are greater than 1 meter per second in some cases and have depths greater than 1 meter. The overland flood channels in the RV park may get activated during major floods. Therefore, development should be avoided near those channels. The RV park should consult with an engineer for the design of crossing of the overland flood channels to avoid back flooding and erosion. As you can see, the map that was provided, I believe Tracy has the PDF as well. And that's, as you can see, everything is in red there. There's a couple of channels that cut across the property. You can see those there. So that's what they're referring to as the flood channels. The applicant is...
Excuse me, Dustin.
Yeah.
So the red that flows through, that is part of the 100 or 1 in 100?
That is the flood channels that they're talking about being activated in a major flood event.
Okay.
I believe everything else is within the flood fringe on the property, so that would be the light pink area. The applicant has also supplied Clearwater County with a traffic impact assessment completed by JCB Engineering. The report concludes that the proposed development will generate 110 to 120 trips in peak hours. It also includes the developer will encourage visitors to travel from Caroline North on Range Road 6-1 or the Caroline North Road to Township Road 37-2, then west to 37-0 to the subject property. This is a longer route than taking Range Road 6-2 or 6-3, but it is the shortest distance on gravel roads. The report also includes that the developer has promised to provide a levy to assist with county road maintenance impacted by the development, specifically referencing the main route from the Caroline North Road and providing dust control. Now, dust control is something that would be a condition potentially at the development stage. The recommendation at the regular council meeting held on April 14th, 2020, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1092-20 as required by legislation. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 1092-20. Thank you, Reeve Hoven.
Are there any questions of council for the development officer? Councillor Duncan.
Back to the comment on peak hours, could you define what peak hours is? Is that just the Friday evenings, or is that every evening? Or?
I believe he was referring to that would be Friday evenings and Sunday afternoons, kind of thing, as people are leaving the subject property or coming to the subject property.
And back to the map on the floodplain assessment. The light pink, you said, is that the 1 in 100 year? And
that is, so the light pink that's there, I believe, is referenced as the flood fringe. So everything in the darker red is that 1 to 100 year concern area, so or high flood event.
The light pink is just the area considered then?
Yeah.
In the assessment?
I believe that the flood, so the light pink being the flood fringe would have water on it in a flood situation.
Less
but
than 1
it
meter
wouldn't be
deep or
significant
something.
as the darker red
Right.
areas is what they're referencing.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
So my question, Dustin, how many floods do you remember, or maybe you haven't been around that long? I can recall one really good one, probably, I don't know, 15 years ago. Time goes by fast. Do you know how many floods Clearwater County has experienced in that area over the years?
I haven't been here that long. Perhaps I would refer to our CAO, Rick Emmons, to.
To address that, Councillor Lang, in 1999 we experienced flooding in the Clearwater River in 2005 as well.
One of those floods, I can't remember, but the water actually backed up to the Arbutus Road. I remember it was over the fences and fence posts. Which one was that? Was that 99 or 2005?
Both, Councillor Lang. There was remediation required in both. If you recall, properties adjacent, and forgive me, I won't say the landowners' names, I do know them, but on the west side of the Arbutus, there was actually silt from the Clearwater River that was brought onto their properties where remediation had to be conducted to replant. But both were extreme flood events. 2005 was a 1 in 276 year, and 1999 broke the 1 in 100. I believe it was 134. 1986 was a 1 in 86 year flood, but we saw that primarily west. You're welcome.
Other questions? Yes.
Sorry, I just, it may be difficult to read on the map, so I just wanted to indicate, it actually says that the flood fringe is defined as having water levels less than 1 meter and velocities less than 1 meter per second. So that's what that area is. So there would be likely water there, but it would be under a meter.
Okay. Is there a reason that we're only seeing the draft and not the final version?
So the draft was provided to us. They were intending to send the final formatted version. Unfortunately, we did not receive anything before today's meeting. Okay. But they have, I don't suspect anything would change from the draft to the final formatted version.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Council? So I invite the Development Officer to present any comments received from referral agencies.
All right, Clearwater County Public Works Operations, Caitlin Erickson. I would like to echo and reiterate the comments made within the proposal in regards to dust suppression. The RV park would be required to apply for dust suppression in front of the residences affected by traffic accessing the RV park when the need arises. I would like to add, however, that it should not only be the 3 residences along Township Road 37-0A that are considered for dust suppression, but also the residents adjacent to the RV park access. Keeping in mind that the future parcel subdivisions within the northeast, southeast, and southwest of 337-6 that could result in additional residences along Township Road 37-0A or Range Road 6-2A may also require dust suppression to be applied by the RV park. This would be based on the assumption that traffic accessing the RV park would do so by way of Range Road 6-2 and Township Road 37-0A. If the RV park traffic is using Range Road 6-2A, additional dust suppression may be required in front of those affected residences. Public Works Infrastructure, Brian Bilichuk. Public Works has reviewed the application and notes that the site has access via 3 different county gravel standard roads, which may create issues that will have to be addressed if the application moves forward. Public Works recommends that the most direct route possible on gravel be used to minimize the impacts to residents and the road network. Clearwater Regional Fire. Regional Fire advised that they have no objections or concerns to the proposed land use change for the campground. Clearwater Regional Fire would request that when the development permit is to be issued for the construction of proposed multi-purpose buildings, such as a shower, store, and office, that they be consulted for input for fire code considerations of that building. Alberta Environment and Sustainable Resource Development, water approvals. Alberta Environment and Sustainable Resource Development advised that the Crown in the right of Alberta owns the bed and shore of the Clearwater River. As it appears from the attachments in the letter, the northerly portion of the west boundary of the proposed area is going to be limited by the right bank of the Clearwater River. If there is any changes in the position of the natural boundary of the river as shown on Plan 922-1292, the new proposed plan will require consent from Water Boundaries Unit on behalf of the Crown under Section 89 of the Land Titles Act before it can be registered at Land Titles. Also, please note that Water Boundaries is not directly involved with any approvals under the Water Act. Any activity which may affect a body of water or whereabouts requires an approval from the Local Water Act Approvals Authority, who have been CC'd in the email that was sent. Fortis Alberta advised that they have no concerns. TELUS had no objections in regards to the redesignation. The Municipal Planning Commission. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on August 19th, 2020. Based on policy, the Municipal Planning Commission recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the subject Land Use Bylaw Amendment 0919. Thank you.
I would like to invite the applicant to speak to the proposal, to add any comments in support of your request, and to respond to the agency comments.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. My name is Craig McMorrin. I'm the applicant for this proposed development, and I spent the weekend reading letters, as I'm sure most of you have, and I kind of distilled them down. I want you to know that I take them serious. So I've done developments around agriculture before, and the main concerns that I got out of it were cattle, dust, crime, floodplain, river disruption, fire hazard, garbage, fishing, and you know, I guess the size of the development in comparison to Caroline. So what I like to do is kind of take things down to a basic level and divide them into 2 pieces, and I name those 2 pieces what we know for sure and what we know or what we're guessing could happen. So the guessing part would come down to that dogs might chase cattle in the area. So that I take it to mean that dogs from the owners of the park would leave the park and chase and disrupt the cattle. You know, that would come down to, I mean, people in you know, on one site don't want a dog from another site coming on their site, so leashes and dogs confined to their lots, whether it be by a dog run or something similar to that. So I don't, you know, that would be mitigated. Campers could start a wildfire, you know, and again, that's a guessing thing. And I guess the only comparison would be to the Crown land that's out there currently, because I reside on Rig Street, and there are, you know, I don't know the exact number, but I would say hundreds of fires every weekend, and people are fairly responsible. But the difference between people on the Crown land and people in this development is everybody here would require a fire ring with a spark arrest on it, so that people generally in a setting like this are careful with their fires. They put them out when they go to bed. They have a lot to lose. They can't just leave a fire and take their trailer and go away. Their trailers stay there, so they are very protective of their assets or their valuables. The third one is that people will drive their ATVs in the river. I don't know how, you know, we don't know that's going to happen for sure. I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen, because, you know, again, I enjoy the river like everybody else does, and don't want to see the river, you know, ruined in any shape or form. That the dust from the extra traffic will affect the farming profits. I did a little bit of reconnaissance there. So between the, and to just reiterate the designated route, people that will come here, about 60 to 70% of them will come from the Edmonton Red Deer area, and probably 20 to 30% from the southern area, you know, Calgary, Airdrie, and so on. So people coming from the southern part the shortest route here is to come through Caroline and then to turn right on the 6-1 and go straight down to the, you know, down to Butte Hill, and then come in the 3 kilometers of gravel that way. So it's a shorter route for them to come, and a better route because they're traveling on asphalt, not on gravel. So there's no reason anybody would go down to 6-2 or 6-3, because that would be kind of a roundabout way and a longer way to get there, and an extra, you know, 4 to 5 kilometers of gravel. People coming from the opposite, the north, from the Edmonton, Leduc, Red Deer area, would come down Highway 11 to the Arbutus Road, and then would come in from that way. So it would make zero sense that they would come down to Caroline, drive west of there, and then come up 6-2 or 6-3. Like, there's absolutely no reason for them to do it. So it's not that we're asking people to take that route, it's the route that makes the most sense. But that 3 kilometers, there's only 0.4 kilometer of crop that goes along the side of that road. So I read all of the studies on the effect of dust on crops and cattle. And I guess the biggest challenge with it is the photosynthesis, when the dust covers the plants, and that affects the amount of sun that can come into the plant and how much the plant can absorb. But the damage that I can find from all the tests all over the world works out to about, if crops are on both sides of the road, between $12 and $900 per kilometer would be the amount that it affects the value of the crop along that area. So the other note is that this 3 kilometers of road is very much underutilized. If you did a traffic study on it, there's no real reason for people to drive down it other than the gravel pit there and some of the residences there. So that would address the dust. People from the proposed park will steal their belongings. was one of the concerns that our urban theft is growing and things like that. And typically, when you get more people in an area, that theft declines because there are more people coming, there's more eyes watching, there's more people in the area, and it would be, fairly doubtful that the people from the park would venture out to go and vandalize their properties. And then the last thing that we really don't know about, we're guessing about, is that land could flood beside the river, and we know that it can flood. We don't know how much it's going to flood or when it's going to flood. But across North America, RV parks on floodplains are normal. That's a way to use that land. And the way that happens is that, or the reason that happens, or they allow it, is that trailers typically are quite a bit off the ground. In other words, they're not like a cabin or a house that has a foundation in the ground that would flood out, but their wheels, from the bottom of their wheels to their living space has quite a bit of room, anywhere between 1 foot and 2 feet. And the second thing is that the trailers can move. So if you have an inclination that there's a big flood coming or whatever, those trailers can be taken out of there and then put back in after the fact. So those are the things that we're kind of guessing on. And then what we know for sure about this is that the proposed development will create tourism, and that tourism is good. So a city like Calgary, for example, brings in about 7 million tourists a year. So Calgary is a city of about 1 million people, but it depends on tourists coming in and having tourist dollars spent there. So it has about 7 times its population coming in on a transient basis in any year. So as a matter of fact, cities and towns spend millions of dollars trying to attract them. In other words, they have to do things to attract tourists to come to their city because of they want the tourists to bring money. So tourists are good because they don't use up the school system. They typically don't use up the health system, and they bring money and they spend money. So they're not taking resources, but they're adding resources and adding business. Number 2, what we know for sure is that new jobs will be created by this. So the size of this type of development that we're considering here will create quite a few jobs when it comes to building and landscaping and RV service and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of jobs to be created, somebody to work in the store and firewood and so on and so forth. So the third thing we know for sure is that the area is very much in need of long-term affordable RV lots. So we know this because we see RVers come through all the time, and when asked, about why they come to the Crown Land, because we know that thousands of campers come to the Crown Land, is that there's not an availability of a different option for them in this area. The fourth thing we know for sure, that all dogs will remain under control, either by leash or dog run. The fifth thing is that so one of the letters addressed there was going to be 260 lots, and there was going to be 2 people from each lot that were going to go fishing and so on. But on average, across North America, only 2% of the general population fly fishes. So the Clearwater River is a fly fishing river for the most part. So that means that between 10 and 20 people from this resort, if you take what we know for sure, the average number, would fish the Clearwater. And then the Clearwater is for the most part, it's a catch and release. So it's not going to affect the fish population in the river by any significant number. I mean, there are times when the fish doesn't survive. Number 6, this is not an ATV resort, so ATVs aren't going to be driving around in the resort. It's a golf cart type of resort. So it's the, you know, the ATV noise and all that won't be a factor. A lot of the letters, and I, you know, I'm surmising that a lot of people we hear today will be concerned about the noise that a resort like this creates. And there is a quiet time in an RV park. So, you know, the biggest concern is, or as big a concern, are the people that are in the RV park and other lots there. They want to enjoy their lot there in quiet and peace as well. So there's young kids there. It is a family resort. So there's, you know, no noise after 11 o'clock and before 7 o'clock in the morning, or 8 o'clock, or whatever we make it. So the noise would be addressed, and the ATVs coming into the resort would have to be on trailers, so nobody's driving any ATVs around the resort. The seventh thing I talked about already, the campfires, that they would be in fire pits with proper screens, and that would reduce all the a lot of the risk of the fire. Number 8, there is going to be extra dust from the roads created for sure, so we know that. We talked about some of the mitigating measures with the magnesium chloride. I talked with the county about that, and about their concerns and the costs of it and so on, and I have a good understanding of that. And one thing to consider, that so we had 110 trips in a peak hour, which would be like a Friday night or a Sunday afternoon, is how many of those Friday nights or Sunday afternoons the road is wet. In other words, out of you know, if you take so many weekends in a summer, how many last year I think most of them were wet, but you know, how many of those are wet where there is no dust, for sure. So the nature's, I guess, dust control comes into effect. Number 9, the garbage is controlled, so there's no, you know, garbage spilling out or blowing across and cattle eating it, which is what one letter was suggesting. Security. So for sure, when you have a development this big, there are security concerns. There are rules. You know, a list of rules for the park, so anybody coming into the park has to abide by those rules, and a lot of those rules have to do with acting civilized. So there is and will be security in the park, and that security is covered by the strata fees from the lots. And typically you have people on their best behavior, because it is a family resort, so it's not, you know, one of the letters I read was going to be all drugs and parties and whatever, but kind of the opposite is true in a family resort, because people come there to unwind and enjoy nature and get away from things. So there will be security in the park provided, and I don't see any need for outside you know, interference with that. It just really doesn't happen when you have security and you have good rules. So when you have rules and somebody has a long-term lease and they are in danger of losing that lease if they don't act, you know, friendly, you have a bigger hammer than, you know, taking them to jail or giving them a fine or doing whatever. And then the last thing that I know for sure is that a development like this creates off-farm income. So whenever a development like this is in a farming community, one of the things, the ways that it can help a farming community, is that it provides off-farm income for their kids and you know, as they grow up, and it you know, in like I said before, RV service, a farmer's market, a place to sell their you know, their goods, firewood, landscaping, building, all of that kind of stuff. So I don't believe there will be any infringement on agriculture in the area. In other words, there will be no net detrimental effect, but it'll be a net gain for agriculture in the area to have a development like this. And then I've read some letters about it was going to destroy their view, and I don't believe and I could be wrong in this, but I thought I checked everything, that it will inhibit anybody's view of the river. So the development is in trees, there's a lot of trees on the property, and the development is away from the river, so it's back, 40 acres, however many meters that is, but it's in the trees, so it shouldn't be able to be seen from the outside driving by. So the inhibiting views in the area, I don't believe is a big concern for that. Anyway, that's all I have to say, and I'm looking forward to hearing the speakers and seeing what they have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Now Tracy, on the notes I do not have the list of names in favor or opposed. So looking at the names and the letters, I don't see any of the registered speakers in favor. Is that correct? Okay. So is there, anyone in favor present? Okay. With the development officer, are there any written submissions in favor of the request?
Yes, Reeve Hoven, there were 9 letters in support for the proposed land use amendment that were received. Council received an email with 8 of them on Monday afternoon. Letters in support were received from the following: Cody Stewart, William Tanner, Julie Robinson, Audrey Schmid, Dylan Check, Lee Forrester, Blaine Hansen, Ronnie Check, and Lisa Wetter. The general theme of these letters in support refer to boosting the local economy by way of added tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. And I will be calling people. What we will be doing is we will be rotating between the people in person and the people via electronic means. So I will call on Andy Jones to come up and speak. Andy, just 1 second. So Tracy, everyone who has registered to speak electronically is online? Or are there any people who've dropped out? Do we have that information?
Everyone has registered online.
Okay. So for the people online, Smokey Bugbee and Louise Hartman will be up next electronically after Andy.
Okay. Good morning, Council. My name is Andy Jones. We own and reside on the southeast of 1037-6, which is directly northeast of the proposed campground. I'm here to voice my concerns and my wife's concerns about the land rezoning from agriculture to recreation land. The campground is to have 260 sites. 260 sites times 3.2 people is 832 people. 2 vehicles per site is 520 vehicles, which population is 1.5 times larger than Caroline. There's also a potential to have a large amount of dogs. With access to the Clearwater River, there will be an increased use of OHV vehicles and boating. The flood plan mapping of 1 in 100 years appears to me very inaccurate. There's been major flooding on this property in 2005 and also in 2013. Both these floods were very damaging and very devastating to the area. This 1 meter cut, and I'm not exactly sure how this 1 meter cut works, will ruin all the springs and change the river course of the land in case of a flood. And which is interesting, in that red line, there's running water through there right now, which is a very important thing to me. There's springs that are flowing as of today. I personally spoke with Jack Kinsella of Innisfail, Alberta. His company has a contract to remove sewer waste from the Carefree Resort near the Dixon Dam. This resort has 500 sites that produces 120 cubes of sewage a day. This makes 6 triaxle loads of sewage, all hauled on pavement. In comparison, this campground would be 60% of the Carefree Resort, which would create 4 loads of sewage, all hauled on gravel roads with blind corners, steep hills, and also dealing with spring road bans to increase the loads. History has shown that flooding will contaminate well water supplies and well water. RVs and park model homes are not equipped with flood-proof containment tanks. We are concerned that raw sewage will escape into springs, creeks, and the Clearwater River. So we propose all campsites and building structures have flood-approved sewage tanks upon construction. We do not want contamination in our wells and neighboring wells. The large increase of OHV vehicles will also have a negative impact on the riparian habitat, including endangered species like the leopard frogs and bull trout in the area. In addition, OHVs in the area will have harmful effects on water sources and potential starting wildfires. There is no designated areas for the OHVs, no trails or anything for them. This has the potential to create existing landowner problems and county roads with extra OHV vehicles. And interestingly enough, yesterday there was a sighting of a grizzly bear in our closest neighbor's yard. With 832 people in 40 acres, there isn't going to be any wildlife in there. There's a deer going through there now. There won't be any. With only one access in and out of this campground, we could delay emergency services. In a case of matter would be if a fire started on the south end of that campground, the north end people would just about have impossible to get out. Also the corner of Township Road 37.
1 minute left, Andy.
Pardon me?
You only have 1 minute left. Sorry.
Okay. The corner of Township Road 37-2 and Range Road 6-1 will need a total realignment with turning lanes, and there's also a bus stop right there. And there's also no turning lanes off of Highway 54. And there's several blind corners, steep hills, stuff like that. There would be an increase in dust and health issues to people and animals. So we request the developer to have an environmental impact assessment study done on the proposed lands and adjoining lands, including the southeast of 10, 37-6, the northeast of 3, 37-6, with a cost solely to the developer. We're also aware there's an indigenous migration route along the Clearwater River through this area. Local history states there's an Pardon me?
That's the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Andy, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, Smokey Bugby and Louise Hartman online, and then if Corrine Allstott would be ready to present after the electronic presentation. Did we lose them?
Smokey, I've sent you a message that I need you to click. I've sent an ask to unmute. If you could just agree with that, please. Okay, go ahead, Smokey.
Yes, hello. My name is Louise Hartman. I sent in a letter, and I was hoping that it could just be read at the meeting, and that would be all we would like to say today.
Okay, thank you. So Corrine Allstott, and then the next electronic is Ryan Wallace, following Corrine.
Hi, Council. My name is Corrine Allstott. I live directly kitty corner to the proposed campground. History says it all. There is an indigenous Indian trail that runs behind and through the property in question. Runs all the way, came from Cochrane through the Stoney Indians. They traveled the Clearwater River. Well, they joined onto the Clearwater River, and it runs all the way down the Clearwater River. The back of the property, my property, runs all the way down. They used to go over to the trading post at Stauffer to trade their goods. We are aware there is an indigenous burial in the area, and there has also been many artifacts found in the area. History states this, and it is proven. I am very against this campground running through my property. I've been a single mom for many years, and I've worked very hard to keep my property. I busted my ass, and I really, really do not want to share it with 100 to 500 more people. There, on any given afternoon, there is many wildlife. Deer, we must have 150 deer run through there. There's been elk run through there. There is migratory birds. There is any kind of animal out there through the property. When there is 500 more people, they'll all be gone. We ranch in the area. We have upwards of, at sometimes, 100 cattle. All it takes is one dog to escape the campground, to put all our animals through a fence, causing death, through the river, causing death. That in turn makes our income quite a bit less. And it's very hard to make a living on a farm nowadays, or ranch, so that is a concern. And you say that the people are going to use only one road. Are you going to sit at the road and make sure that these people are not using the gravel road so they go by and not disturb everyone else that lives on the 2 roads or 3, causing dust in the hay that all the cattle eat in the area, causing death? I have lived through many floods on the property, many. I have had minutes to get out of there, or possible death. You think that people are going to get their trailers out in minutes? No, you might think again. Back to the history, I would strongly suggest that you people, you council, say no to the change of agriculture to recreation in the area. Our history depends on it. Our forefathers fought hard and long to save that as farming land. And I feel that this is very detrimental to the history of Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ryan Wallace electronically, and if we could have Stephen Prince start getting ready for an in-person presentation. Ryan.
Ryan, I've sent you a message to ask you to unmute. Could you please accept it? Ryan Wallace, if you're there, could you please accept the message to unmute?
Is Ryan still online, or did he get disconnected?
He is showing as still online, however, is not responding to my request to unmute at this time.
Okay, we will come back to Ryan when we've gone through the other presentations. So Ursula and David Finn are next in queue electronically, Ursula and David. And could we have Stephen Price come up, please?
Thank you, Council. I'm Stephen Price. I live on 6-2, partway up the road, and I object to this year plan we got for the rezoning of this area for this reason. Social media tells me, which is a new norm today, that some of the people involved here doesn't have the greatest track record.
If I could just interject for a second, council can only hear matters directly related to the land use proposal.
Enough said.
Thank you.
Okay. Land is on a 100-year floodplain, as I already spoke about, and it has many floods in the last 10 years. We already talked about the road access is inappropriate for both ends. There's been 2 bad accidents in the last year right next to my house, and I was almost the third one last week. And you multiply that by another 700 people up and down that road on a regular basis, you're going to have more problems at both entrances to the highway, both ends of 54 and 62 and 61, and all the intersections. It'll definitely adversely affect the adjoining properties of the ag endeavors in our area. Dust from the traffic will affect crops and homes along highways, which I have a problem with now, which is I'm supplying my own dust control, and it becomes an issue more every day. Extra traffic will affect the safety of farmers and homes in the area. Extra policing will be needed. We're short on it now. They can't look after what we got, let them only look after this much more traffic and issues. Control over ambulance and rescue services, sure they say they can provide it, but how good are they at it right now? So now we're at this much more in an area where we only have one road into the campground, one road out. There's not 3 or 4 accesses people get out if there's issues. Cheddarville Green area is right in the area, and where are the people going to go with their side-by-sides and their quads is down the Cheddarville Green area. It will be disrupted, and you can't stop people from going the river. You can't stop them going down there with their SUVs, with their off-road vehicles and their quads. Doesn't matter what you do, what you propose, or how you tell people, it don't work. People are people are. Neighbors' land will be tragically affected by the campers. Clearwater River will be destroyed by overuse and off-road vehicles. Fish on adjoining Cheddarville area, green area will be affected by water changes. That what it is the water coming off of this property now and other properties adjacent that run into that Cheddarville Green area, and hydraulic springs that affect the neighbors' land use and the water to their cattle, that will be destroyed. Because them springs go up and down according to the gentleman who owns property. It goes up and down according to the river, and the flow will be cut off completely by interruption of this campground. The wildlife affected and the influx of people, the use of the land. Area has grizzly bears, cougars, moose, deer, elk, coyote, pine marten, badgers, bald eagles nest, and a few areas left. That area is one of the few areas in that area for wildlife protection, and it's protected by the private people who shuts the access off on private properties. So therefore, there's only 1 or 2 ways in, and guess what's going to happen? All the people in this campground will use that one access, and you're going to destroy the river and destroy the Cheddarville Green area. And that's a very environmental area in that area. The landowner himself told me he had changed his mind and no longer wishes to be rezoned. And his dispute with the developer is his business, and he can't get out of it, according to him, he figures. But he doesn't want this to happen. He told me that personally. So I feel the council should put a stop to this now, and we don't need it in our area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So Denise Wales is the next person in person, and is our Ursula or David Finn ready online?
Yes, we are. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to the council for hearing our objections to this application. I'll introduce myself. My name is David Finn. We live on southeast of 9, 37-6, west of 3. Our home is on a hill overlooking the subject property. Our home is 700 meters from the northwest corner of the development or proposed development. We have major concerns about impact to our quality of life with the 260 or 300 sites and the, I'll say 500 to 1,000 people who may be on this on a regular basis, year after year after year. I'm concerned about pollution in our water course, either from sewage or from salt use on the roads, and negative impact to our water well. which if it occurs, it's permanent, and we have no recourse. My other points, I have 4 other points, and they stem from my employment as a Alberta Forest Service forest officer. I have years of experience in land use applications. I also have years of experience in wildfire management. I outline those more in the document that I submitted to council. Also, an earlier speaker used the terms what they know and what they guess, and what I will say is what I know from my experience. And this development will represent a population or an overnight or impromptu community of equal to or greater than Caroline, with really no development, no water and sewer, no forest fire protection, no fresh water, all of that being done by outside agencies. Also in my experience dealing with campers as a forest officer, the claim that this will be a quiet campground is subjective or speculative. The applicant has no control over who will be taking out sites or leases. And the average Alberta camper, about half of the campers that come out to go camping are carrying a ATV or a side-by-side with them. There's no reason why that statistic would be different at this site. Given 260 sites, if they're all full, there's provision for 1, 2, or 3 or more hundred ATVs in that property. I'll remind the council that this pocket of land is completely surrounded by private land on county roads, and there is no legal use for these ATVs, so people either leave them sitting on their trailers or they have to drive them out to the crown land to use them. And if they choose not to do that, they're breaking the law as soon as they leave the property, either in the watercourse of the Clearwater River or on county roads or on people's private land. Water and sewer, this is on a floodplain. Speakers have spoken to this, and the trailers and motorhomes that will use this have black water holding tanks. When those are full, they're full, but sewage will continue to be generated by the people there. If the sewage hauling is interrupted for any reason, what happens to the sewage that's generated? I foresee the people, as I've seen many, many times in my career as a forest officer. I will just say that there will probably be sewage being disposed. I want to get on to Windthrow. That's a mature spruce stand. If you start breaking it up, like in cut lots or roads, large heavy trees will come down. That doesn't affect me, but it will be a liability to the county and to the landowner. And then for forest fire, that's a large mature spruce stand. If it does catch fire in extreme fire conditions, it will not be a structure fire, it will be a forest crown fire. There's one road in and out. That creates major safety issues for the people who are there. And the Caroline Fire Department is a structural fire department. They are not equipped or trained to deal with forest fire. You're also outside of the forest protection area, so you have no help forthcoming from the provincial government. The county fire resources are the only protection. Am I finished? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So would Denise Wales please come? And Roberta and Dustin Cooper online, if you can be ready.
Councillors, he just finished up with the fire hazard, and that is true. Because if it goes through, it will catch our place, and you don't mention our place, it's the southeast of 3 of 37, it's kitty corner to the road of it. And regardless of which way they come, we're the only corridor that's got road on 3 sides of it, so we catch dust every time. Half a mile coming in from the south on the west side of ours, or down the other road, or coming around the Butte Hill, the other half a mile that way. So there's dust flowing everywhere. But if that forest fire ever starts going, and it'll go through the road across, it'll hit all those big trees on our place, and it will not stop. If nobody can help it, and Clearwater County can't get in there, or anybody can come in there and get it, because of the old riverbed through our place where it has gone down for years. And that river will flood unknownly anytime, because I've seen it from the years that we've just been there. You go to bed at night, everything's fine. You wake up in the morning and she's flowing through your property down below the hill and you can't even get to it. And the dust and the dogs running at large. I've talked to a friend of mine one time and he said at the campground, he said he's seen everybody's nice little doggy that's the friendly little dog. They let him out and pretty soon they start going with one another and they see something moving, so they start chasing it. Well, you pasture cattle down below the hill. They start running. Well, this is fun, and away they go. Next thing you know, he said he's seen 40 of them chasing cattle. And of course, the floodplains and the garbage and all that. We don't need that all over the place and contaminating our groundwater and our drinking water, because there is good water down there and we do not need it contaminated. Theft and vandalism. There is always somebody in any place that will be a thief or anything. Well, this is a good opportunity to do something. I don't care where you're at or who you are, there is always theft around. And the wildlife, and the predators and that. Once the trees are all gone, where are they going to hide? And we got grizzly bears around that area. Guess what? They'll be in the campsite too, just to chewing on the people and their dogs and their garbage. And the land value will drop. With all this thing, our land value isn't going to be worth a penny. The whole thing of it's going to be dropped. And the access, which is only one way out of the fire and that, what are they going to do? Just come willy-nilly out of there scared as all hell, run into fences, run into wherever knows on the road? And our lives are in danger. From people, you know, they get drinking maybe in the evening, they get the fireworks going, they might have a little dope, and all of a sudden they get crazy. So where do we go? Neighbor calls, can you come down where they're shooting right behind my house or whatever? So by the time we get down there, it's too late. And my question to you is, how would you like this in your backyard? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next in person, we have Shayla Ratzlis. Okay. And online, we have Dustin. Thank you. I got one check mark ahead of myself.
You might not give this and the price of the land.
So Roberta and Dusty?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, you have the floor.
We own land in the area on 6-2. We, most of everything, our concerns has already been covered, so we're not going to be repetitive here. The one thing it was covered by Denise there is a resale value. The land that we are representing is my husband's late father. And one of the accidents that was spoken of by an earlier speaker was my late father-in-law, and it was a very serious accident. So yeah, that is a big concern of ours. And resale value, because eventually this land that we represent will be sold. So what is the resale value going to be with a campground in the neighborhood like that? And then another concern, the flood, when it happens, because it will happen. Who gets to clean up the mess when it floods into the neighboring properties?
Who gets to pick up the wheels?
Yeah, who gets to pick up the wheels and all the garbage? And not just garbage from the floods. We all know, I actually spoke to someone that was out in the backcountry here recently, and there was masks and this and that and garbage and everything else. But there are people traveling back and forth. They wing their cans, they wing their wrappers out the window. So who gets to clean the garbage out of the ditches between Caroline and and the campground, or Rocky Mountain House and the campground. So that's another concern. Anyway, yeah, pretty much everything else has been covered, so we'll just leave it at that, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. So, Shayla, your turn, and we have Chris Hagan, if you can start preparing online.
Hello, my name is Shayla Ratzoff, speaking on behalf of my household, which includes Ryan Wallace. We live approximately 2 kilometers south of the proposed campsite. I'm speaking against the proposing rezoning application. I'd like to start with a brief introduction about ourselves. My boyfriend and I moved to our property about 1.5 years ago with the hopes of settling into the country lifestyle and atmosphere. The beautiful nights, the quiet air, less traffic were the largest part of why we moved here. A place to grow, raise a family away from the hustle and bustle of the city. With this proposed rezoning of land in our community and the campsite that may follow, we fear that this will be take away from the serenity of the area. Increased traffic along the roadways will in turn increase noise pollution and safety of the nearby roads and intersections. At the campsite's max capacity, that would be an extra 1,000 people and hundreds of vehicles in the area. This is nearly twice the population of Caroline. There will be more speeding, dust, traffic violations on the roadways between campgrounds and highways and the surrounding areas. Off-highway vehicles such as side-by-sides, quads would be a big issue. People driving these vehicles on roadways, ditches will disturb residents nearby. Campers may go out exploring the area looking for other ways to access the river, abandoned oil fill sites for shooting, or for looking for trails to ride. I foresee many more requests for police assistance in this area. That leads me to security and privacy challenges that we will face in the event this campground is built. People coming from outside of our community, from the cities, affect our privacy and the security of neighboring residents. When people come from the cities out to the country, there may be a lack of knowledge, responsibility when it comes to their actions. We have seen time and time again how campers can leave garbage, litter, and debris in the country because they don't feel the accountability for looking after the area as if it was theirs. This would lead to an increase in trespass and environmental damage. The proposed rezoning of the campground is in a wooded area with lots of wildlife activities. Bears, cougars, deer, and foxes all live in this area, along with every other animal that has been listed in previous speeches. The increased human footprint in this delicate habitat would drastically affect these animals, the aquatic life in the Clearwater River. There would be an increased toll on the fish population due to recreational fishers coming to this campground from all over the province. This would require more conservation enforcement in the area to prevent poaching, illegal fishing, hunting, and firearm use would be rampant. The last point I would like to speak to is the economic impact for the community. It would bring a large volume of people to the area. However, I do not believe the value of would not bring as much value to the local economy as you might think. Yes, the campground would employ 3 to 5 people during the summer months, but when people go camping, all equipment and supplies are purchased before they leave the city. Campers may run to town to pick up items that they forgot, but I do not foresee them going to spend money on recreational activities when going to this campsite. In closing, these are the largest factors I can speak to as to why the rezoning should not move forward. Also, there are multiple campgrounds within 10 kilometers of Caroline, and I do not believe the benefits outweigh the adverse effects this rezoning and following development would have on our community. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have Dale Nash start preparing for the in-person presentation, and Chris Hagan electronically. Chris?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this proposal. Going this far into this, I won't speak to a lot of the matters that I had because there'd be a lot of redundancy here, but obviously, just to give you where we are, we have a single residential property kind of adjacent downriver to this proposal. We've been there 12 years. We purchased it to escape to a pristine, unspoiled area of Cheddarville in the Clearwater County. Every weekend, we spend our time relaxing and enjoying the forest, the wildlife, the water activities, and most of all, the peace and quiet. After review of the proposal and the RF land use description, we strongly oppose this redesignation and proposed application for a campground. I look at the true definition of the campground in the RF bylaw. It says temporary use by tourists and transients, and the applicant's proposing a long-term to promote less trailers and so on as a result of, dust and concern on the roads. Either or, I think this is the wrong development in the wrong location. Sitting on a floodplain, we all live in the area and know how raging that river can be, even with a very small amount of rain. Just up the river at the Clearwater store, they lost their east campground. It was devastated by the Clearwater River, and it was sitting pretty much in the same type of position that this proposed campground is. My other question is about park model trailers, decks, sheds, carports, Arizona rooms. What's going to be the allowable development on this land, and what permits will be required to ensure compliance to building codes and to other county requirements? The dust situation, I get that. You're going to have trucks, you're going to have all kinds of equipment going in and out of there. Is $26,000 annually enough to maintain that road from washboarding, potholes, washouts, dust control? I mean, it just seems like a very small amount. And $100 per site, well, if 50% of the sites are booked out, you're going to get 50% of the money. Really, it should be a demand by the county for a bond of some kind of guarantee that there will be funds available to maintain that road. As to the designated route, I mean, I agree, not everybody's going to travel from Caroline, but if you're looking for economic growth and you expect all these people to shop in Caroline or Rocky Mountain House or, wherever, there's going to be multiple trips on that road. There's going to be quads going in and out to Crown Land daily because they're not allowed to drive in that park. But anyway, I'm probably getting low on time. I just look at the period of occupancy for this discretionary use. It says it should be 21 consecutive days for vacation and recreation only. I'm assuming that this is a discretionary use and that it is up to the county and the people of this county to whether or not this is a suitable development for that area. And on my closing, I just say that this developer's Forest River RV park proposal is very generic on details and not compliant with the RF zoning requirements. This is the wrong project for this section of land and should be moved to a more suitable location away from the Clearwater flood zone. We cannot possibly support this rezoning request and advise the Clearwater County Planning Department to reject this proposal and deny this application. If this developer wants this, he can put it in his backyard over in Bighorn, and then everybody will be happy in this side of the river. I think the council needs to really seriously consider the long-term ramifications by not having neighbor support and community support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Nash in person. And if we could have Russell, I hope I don't massacre your name, Proshishin, if you can be next electronically. Dale?
I guess it's still morning, so good morning. A lot of the ones I was going to talk about are the same sort of stuff. Safety issues, school bus stops, turning lanes, blind corners, hills, dust problem. He comes up with these numbers for these dust control or dust problems. It affects cattle, it affects humans, it affects crops, it affects horses. Dust on horses is a killer. And even a friend of mine was just showing me on Google, he's talking about using the Arbutus Road. It doesn't even show it on Google Maps. It's down 6-2, which is the road I live on, and 6-3. So I don't know where the hell he gets his information, but he better do his homework a little better. And even as far as off-highway vehicles, like I travel west of Caroline on a daily basis to the forestry. And there's 1, 2, 3 campsites that I can think of off the top of my head where OHVs are not allowed inside it. The ditches are in better shape than what our county road is, just from the quads and stuff beating on them. And I know his property out west there, and once, if and when he ever does get it going, and I hope to hell he don't, that whole river bottom's gonna be screwed. And it's gonna be the same on this one. They don't care if there's a fence, they'll go out, they'll go through the county's gravel pit. Oh, look, there's this lake we can play around. Look at them gravel piles we can drive up and down. Who's gonna cover the cost on that? You guys or us taxpayers? Guaranteed it'll be us taxpayers. So, you know, we really need to put a kibosh on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So Bob Hagsma next in person. And is Russell ready?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Russell.
Hi. We won't rehash all the points that have been made. We just want to state we're in objection to this. We've submitted a couple letters and we would just ask that those would be read.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Bob? And then we have Kelly Snyder next, electronically.
Good morning, Reeve Hoven, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Could I have the screen put up there that Dustin was reading off of earlier, just before the land use bylaw 8.1.4, I believe it was. Okay, just before that, promoting it as a tourist. Okay, 8.1.2 is what I'm going to be referring to here in a minute, but firstly, as a land surveying professional, I took a look at this proposal and I realized that the applicant's going to have some serious problems dealing with flood mitigation. And then I also looked at the layout, and to me, what struck me first was it was I'll call it a lame duck type of layout that somebody might have done 80 years ago. You look at the center of Rocky Mountain House, everything's laid out in rectangles, with long streets going straight. A campground isn't meant to be laid out that way. Take a look at, say, Tall Timber in Sundre, or the Bergen Estates. They all used the lie of the land to design their lots. They didn't make 3 airport runways. And that definitely would have to be changed. Now, Mr. McMorrin was referring to the jobs that it would create in the county here to, you know, promote local appropriate economic development and how people would benefit from that. And I would like to ask Council how local contractors could possibly benefit from that when they don't get paid. Thank you.
That last comment was not relevant to this application.
Point of order. Reeve Hoven, point of order, please. According to section 8.1.2, the development should promote locally appropriate economic development. When somebody doesn't get paid for their work, that is not adhering to section 8.1.2.
Bob, but we're only supposed to look at the application with the information we're given.
I've just given you some information.
Is Kelly ready?
Yes, I am.
You have the floor, Kelly.
You've muted yourself again, Kelly.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi, pretty much what everyone else has spoken about, the wildlife, the damage to the river with the quads, the dust, all of that. We have property not far from there, and we've written letters, so when you read them, that will pretty much tell you what we have to say. And our family is definitely opposed to this campground being built. Thank you.
Thank you. And George Brown. Have a seat.
I oppose it. Because I worked at the gravel pit there, you've got a high water table there. It's not a good place to put a bunch of acreages for campsites. You've got dogs, you've got everything else giving trouble. That's it. Good.
Thank you. So Tracy, that is everyone that I've got a list. And oh, is Ryan Wallace online? Does he wish to speak?
He is no longer online, and I believe that his girlfriend had spoken in person in the meeting.
Okay. Is there anyone else? I believe that's everyone on my list. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak opposed to the development? The development officer, are there any written submissions opposing the request?
Yes, there was, Reeve Hoven. 56 letters in opposition to the proposed land use amendment have been received and were forwarded to members of council via email for their review on Friday afternoon. A few additional letters were forwarded to council on Monday afternoon as well. Letters in opposition to the proposal were received from the following landowners: Steve Terrio, Dave Sather, Candace Terrio, Marlene Holton, Michael Benz, Marie Ogilvie, Bill Holton, Ross Harder, Axel and Taylor Larson, Margaret and John Harder, Robert Roper, AJ Mack, Edward and Elsie Betts, Megan Ogilvie, Dale Hanson, Jesse Ogilvie, Barbara Benz, William Benz, Keith Pengelly, Donna Pengelly, Andrew Loomis, Christina and Lee Evans, A. Cass, Taylor Larson, Mary Matheson, Paul Pollock, Terry and Teresa McLean, Donna Keaton, Deborah Nelson, Lacey So, Dell Northcott, Rose Benz, Henry Bax, Denise Whale, Lori and Wayne Calum, John and Sheila Allstott and family, Stephen Price, Dwight and Donna Oliver, Tyler Hopeluk, Wanda Dingman and Dale Nash, Mark Danes, Corrine Allstott and Andy Jones, Desiree Olson and Robert McIntosh, Esther and Paul Ginther, Reg Dean, Garrett Taggart and Heather Alteler, David Finn, Russell and Terry Poshishin, sorry if I mispronounced that name, Diane Price, Robert and Sharon Hewitt, Donnie Cheddar, Jason Matheson, Susan Stevens. There were a couple of additional letters. George Brown submitted a letter this morning that Clearwater County has not received, as well as Tim Cole has also included a letter. Would council like me to read those letters? Those would not have been included in your package.
Let's read those.
Sorry?
Yes,
okay.
Let's read those.
Okay, so the first letter from George Brown. I have concerns about this redesignation of agricultural land for the following reasons. Water pollution, the water table is too high, and the acreages you want to put in the sewers will overflow into the Clearwater River. Fences, urine, and laundry waste. The location is on a floodplain. There's only one exit in case of a flood, fire, or other disaster. How do they get out? Dogs in the farming area chasing livestock, increased theft, vandalism, concerns, and hard to police. Access to EMS services and RCMP. Dust control, light pollution, increased traffic, garbage, fires that aren't properly extinguished, increased risk of loss of adjoining homes, crops, and livestock. This land, this needs to remain agricultural land. And that was from George Brown. The letter received from Tim Cole. Dust control on the road, maintenance is not good. Road trying to get onto Highway 54 is a pain. Cans, bottles, and garbage, etc. Theft and vandalism. Our taxes will go up. Property values will go down. Access, egress to the property. It is on a floodplain, I'm sure. The sewage disposal and potable water. Humans are the filthiest animals on the planet. I know, because I'm a plumber, and feces most lethal. They don't like these clowns out west, so give your head a shake. They tear the crap out of everything and just go home, and it ain't no difference, and it doesn't make any difference to anybody. Nobody just camps anymore. Don't you have to own the property to even apply? These guys don't own the property, and that is from Tim Cole. There was one additional letter, and it was Smokey Bugby and Louise Hartman. That letter was not included in your package. It was missed on my computer. I do have it on my phone here, and I can read that to you as well. We are strongly opposed to the application number 0919 to redesignate 40 acres from agricultural to recreational facility. We are the landowners for 20 years, living 3 kilometers from the proposed location. We have great concerns regarding the 260 unit RV park built so close to the river on a floodplain, which has caused disaster in the past. Plus, there are 2 natural springs running through the property, which local farmers and ranchers rely on for the watering their livestock. Other important issues, the increase of traffic is too much on our local county roads. Irresponsible use of OHVs and ATVs in the river and on private land. Trespassers and an increase in crime. Potential disaster due to fire. Potential need for increased law enforcement. Increase in littering garbage in the area and other human waste. Mr. McMorrin has a history of being an alleged fraudster, and we believe our neighbors have been scammed.
Once again, that's not applicable.
We would like to attend via phone. That was everything from Smokey Bugby and Louise Hartman. Just to go over the letters that were received in opposition, some of the themes that were brought up: increase in traffic, traffic safety, dust, environmental impacts, crime, noise, flood hazard, ATVs, additional dogs, site access in an emergency, wildfire concerns, and increased demand for emergency services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, Dustin, Kelly Snyder, when during her presentation, she had mentioned that she had sent a letter, and I do not see her name on the letters. So I'm wondering if that was under a significant other instead. I just want to make sure that if someone sent a letter, it was not missed.
I do not believe that I have that letter either, but I can check my email here.
Okay.
I do not have a letter from Kelly Schneider.
Okay, well, we do know she called in to oppose the development, even though we might not know the content of her letter. We do know her intent. I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
So one of the things that I kind of overheard listening to everybody was obviously the amount of trips coming in and out of the property and so on. And there's a huge difference between a long-term RV campground and one that just rents by the night or by the week or the weekend and so on. So when the traffic impact study was done for 110 cars per hour, that was based off of a book stat that they use for campgrounds. So typically, from my experience, people that have a permanent campground use it about 10 times a year. So they, with the kids and the weddings and the hockey and the school and so on, they typically will get away about 10 times a year to use their RV spot. So that means that there's typically 30% occupancy at any given time. I kind of got the impression that people thought there was going to be 260 families all there at the same time. But just to surmise, I understand that this is a big undertaking and I take it very seriously. The project will take a large effort involving money, planning, marketing, sales, and above all, tenacity and the ability to overcome obstacles. I take very serious the responsibility to be a good neighbor, support the local economy, accept advice, and am prepared to listen. My desire is to build a first-class, affordable RV park that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will close the hearing at...
Question?
Oh, Councillor Duncan.
Just for clarification, and I think this is from staff, there was mention of the Charterville Green area. I'm not sure I understand what the designation of that is, or if it is a provincially recognized.
It's an area along the Clearwater River. I'm not exactly sure where that is in conjunction with this property, but it is in that general area.
I believe is it a provincial wildlife?
I believe it's Crown protected land. I'm not.
Of some natural area or something to that effect?
Yeah, that's right.
Any further questions from council? Councillor Lang?
Yes, maybe to planning and/or Craig. I heard information that this was an Indigenous road historically and that there's burial grounds in the area. Burial ground, okay. Has any consultation been done with the First Nations?
From the planning perspective, no, this is the first that we'd heard of this.
In all of my research, I haven't seen anything on that. I've done archaeological studies before, but I haven't had a reason until today to look into that, so that's something that I will look into. Thank you.
Okay, so I will close the hearing at 10:38 a.m. We will have a brief recess to refill our coffee cups, and then we will return to our regular council meeting agenda, item 5.1. So we will be back in 5 minutes at 10:45. 10:46 a.m. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We have item 5.1. Consideration of second and third readings, Bylaw 1092/20, application number 09/19 to amend the land use bylaw. Dustin? Or Kim? You ready to start item 5.1? Is there any additional thing from administration before council talks? I've got to find the right page.
I believe we've gone over everything. The only thing that was noted during the hearing was in regard to the access road coming up to Caroline North Road. It was referred to as the shortest route. It is actually the longest route coming from the south. However, it is the shortest route on pavement, so using the most pavement. So just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duncan.
And I was able to answer my own question on Cheddarville. It's a Cheddarville natural area, so those are a fairly high protection, a level of protection. There would be virtually no development or access allowed to those areas with ATVs, et cetera. It's a provincial designation there.
And where is that in relation to the?
It's downstream, and I couldn't tell. There's a junction of a major stream coming in from the east, and I don't know which one that is on the map, but it's downstream several kilometers from this site.
Okay, other questions or comments from council? Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, did we have a chart showing the farmland assessment ratings for that land?
Yes,
And the adjacent
it
lands?
would have been included in your package, I believe.
I don't think it was. My apologies.
Oh.
Or is it this one?
Yeah, it's that one there.
Oh, sorry, it's the one with the numbers. It's
What page is that, Kim?
27 of 124.
Okay. There it is on the screen there now.
So there's a 9 on that treat area, so that would be that whole area.
Councillor Lang.
What do they rate from? What number to what number?
It's like 0 to 100, like in the lower numbers being like low value land. Treed areas generally are very low numbers, so it's difficult to know like what it would be if it was to be cleared. Like you can see some cleared area to the south there is 34, and like 35, which is still not overly high in regard to farmland assessment.
Do we have any extended maps that show the farmland assessment rating on those travel routes to this site?
No, we didn't include that. No.
Fair enough.
Actually, sorry, I would like to make one more point. One of the people that spoke brought up the 21-day limit on campground things, and that is in our bylaw to have just meant for it to be temporary. However, when we brought the bylaw earlier this year, that was one of the things we were proposing to remove, basically because that is a very difficult thing for us to enforce and manage, because we don't go out there counting how many days people are out there. And we have done variances in recent years to this rule, basically allowing people to do long-term leases on more recent campgrounds. So basically having people have leases for numbers of years and using it like throughout the season. So just wanted to make mention of that.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, again, something I may have missed in all the data, because there is a considerable amount of stuff to go through. Was there a kind of an idea of whether this was going to be a year-round use or a seasonal use or kind of a blend of both, or is it just, yeah?
I believe it is in the applicant's package that he intended to use it for year-round use.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
My question is more
in regards to what Kim just brought up in regards to other campgrounds in the county with this particular dry camping or versus service camping. As the county, you've said in the last couple of years there's been others approved. Do you have an idea of the success rate, or what's been the other challenges with them, other than, I realize that this particular application, the opposition and letters of support have, balance those particular, but I just more or less like the history of some of these campsites that the county's approved in the, say, the last 10 years?
Like, I'm aware of a few that have been done, and like, I think they're decently successful as long as they're recently, or like, affordable, but the majority of the ones that I know of that have been done in the last years provide some sort of services, though, like they have septic on site or something where they can kind of dump at least in the area on site. I'm not sure I'm aware of too many that have no services with those long-term leases that I'm aware of in recent years.
Just another comment, if I may. Some of the locations of those campgrounds that have been adopted and approved over the past couple of years, I believe one was up in the north part of the county. Rustic River would be that example. There was a couple that were approved by the Municipal Planning Commission out in the boundary part of the county as well, surrounded by Crown land. So.
And those are also closer, slightly closer to pavement in that case.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I guess I'm the counselor for the Rustic River Campground, and I noted a few things that are maybe perhaps not covered, or they certainly jumped out at me. Rustic River, they had to have 2 entrances or egresses for safe fire. There's a lot of similarities between that one and this one, and one of the speakers made a very good point that if there were campground was full with only 1 access egress, I could see problems with that. Another thing that jumped out, Rustic River's on the North Saskatchewan River, and often there is warning when there's going to be flooding. And my understanding is there's more control over that river because of the Bighorn Dam upstream. One of the speakers mentioned how they can go to bed and there's no flooding. In the morning, everything's flooded. So that is a concern too. And I guess, I don't know if planning can answer this question, but does that river is there any warning with flooding on the Clearwater? Or maybe even administration can answer that.
We'll let Rick answer that one.
Given the data out there in the surface drainage basin area for the Clearwater River, there is ability to predict. I'm sure council's dealt with the Alberta Environment Alerts, so you will get an alert on the Clearwater River. It is short because it's close enough to the foothills. It does come out with some vengeance. Councillor Lang asked about the flooding, and the one gentleman brought up the 2013. I'm getting more gray hair than I am blonde anymore, and I did forget the 2013. But I've personally worked on the 2013, the 2005, the 1999, the 1991 flood. And each one of those did create damage both to Clearwater County infrastructure and private property. So you're welcome.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Mr. Emmons' comments. I was certainly on site in both 2013 and 2005 on the roads in that area. And, excuse me, the water level did and does rise very quickly. And there were major areas flooded, and I think this campsite and the mapping showing the the major channels that emerge, and the fact that the major area, virtually all of this campsite is underwater when these floods happen. So I'm very concerned about the site. I think there are much better sites along the Clearwater River, and with access to Crown land, I think that's another concern. And we've seen, you know, the commentary, the submissions made here. It's rather overwhelming, the local concerns here, and I see a number of these concerns as particularly relevant and important to consider. Thank you.
So a question I have is in regards a sewer system. So I recall reading someplace it was for dry style camping. Do you have a definition of what dry style camping would be? Is it people with their RVs coming in for the weekend? My understanding is people would purchase a lot and then to drive their RV in there for whenever they want. Is the applicant trying to have permanent built trailers on these lots, or is I'm just concerned about the sewer system.
Sure. It's my understanding that these would be temporary recreational vehicles, so campers. When it comes to the dry camping, I believe the applicant has explained that he does not intend to have any sewer systems on the site. They would have a vac truck or a pump truck come in as needed to pump campers out on an as-needed basis.
So there would be a dumping site where people would go dump their sewer and then
No, they would have a truck come in, hook up to each camper and take that sewage to a disposal location.
Okay.
Whether that be Caroline or Rocky.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
Actually, I had a question earlier on more about the scope and density of this project. Those existing projects such as Rustic River and the one you mentioned with Boundary, what is the size of those and the number of stalls? Is it comparable to what we're talking about here?
I believe Rustic River was actually larger in scope compared to this application. The Boundary examples, I believe they were existing campgrounds. They were just turning them more into long-term lease options instead. I can't
Yeah,
quite
they're
remember
not as big as this one. Neither one of them that I am aware of. Like, I've been in both of them, and there's a smaller site.
And are they similar with this dry camping idea, or do
No,
they
they
have
have services, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer?
What I didn't mention, I am particularly concerned about the access and egress. The single in and out is not appropriate, and that's another fundamental flaw in this proposal.
I would like to ask another question about the flood. So on the map that was given to us, the draft, the red on the map is where the water would be deeper than 1 meter.
Correct.
And flow faster than 1 meter per second?
Yeah. Yeah, that is correct.
But everything else in pink on that map is still underwater. It's just not 1 meter.
That would be correct, yes.
So this whole development, other than 2 tiny areas, would be underwater in the case of a flood.
Yes.
That's what they're saying, it's a possibility that it could be, yep.
Councillor Duncan.
That's a 1 in 100 year flood, right?
And those tend to happen, what, every 16 years, apparently?
Every 5 years.
Yeah.
13. 5, 8 years.
Councillor Lang.
I have a question about county potential liability. If this development went through, there was a flood. Water flowing at 1 meter per second is quite quick if some child drowned. That's a concern. Also, there is a county gravel pit not too far. I've drove by that area. And one of the speakers was talking about someone coming on their quad playing on the gravel piles. I'm not sure if there's water ponds there or not, but I'm concerned about county liability as well. Perhaps our CAO could answer that.
So council's exposure with this development for the liability is fairly far removed. The gravel pit's another, an entirely different topic. There is a fairly high standard placed on every gravel pit developer, owner, facilitator. You need maintenance programs, checking fence lines all the time. You are accountable, sadly, in my opinion, for any intoxicated individual that breaks the lock and gets in. There is indeed a higher liability with the gravel pit than actually this development. So any user that would trespass, Clearwater County actually is accountable for that. And we have to prove out maintenance programs and surveillance to accommodate those situations.
Councillor Lloyd.
It's just one of the concerns I have with this site is it's a fairly high density. We have one way out of this, one way in. We have high water flow, exceeding that depth and that speed that people can walk through. So egress on this could be very difficult if you have rapidly raising floodwaters, as well as any other incident that requires emergency services to come in and try and deal with people that are in this fairly dense area. And I just see those two lines that run across the center of this with that high water flow as being a potential for a real struggle with emergency services in an event of that 100-year flood.
So any additional comments? Any further questions for administration? Councillor Laird.
Yes, there was some mention also about water springs that come through that. Is there any way for, I assume over the years there's been some sort of gentleman's agreement to ensure that water flows from one property to the other? Is there any way to help ensure that those water springs continue to feed local other farmers? And the other part that I have, it's a two-part question, is how do you go about a cultural impact study for the Indigenous concerns that we've heard about this morning?
In regard to the springs and the water, the two red lines that kind of go through the 40-acre portion are kind of where those springs are, and they have indicated in their drawing that they're going to, I think because of the springs are going to leave those floodways and springs open, so theoretically they'll have, like, if they have walkways, and even now they have like wooden things over top of those areas. So my understanding would be hopefully they would have culverts and the water would continue to flow through those areas the way they've indicated on their map. And then as for the Indigenous studies, that's something that I suppose council could possibly ask for as required studies kind of on those lists. If you have concerns about anything in that area, you could ask the developer to come back with additional information prior to further decision.
We have previously asked for those studies for gravel pits along the North Saskatchewan River as well. So,
okay. Staff recommendation is that council, pending results of the public hearing, consider granting second and third readings of Bylaw 1092/20. Is there someone who would care to make a motion for second reading? Councillor Lang, second reading. Further discussion on second reading. Councillor Duncan.
From what I've heard today, there are, a number of concerns, and council has sort of reiterated what many of the people here today have said. But from what I've heard, it would be my opinion that most of these concerns should be dealt with at the development permit stage, and we will see if the developer can make a plan that will satisfy the development conditions. It also provides that opportunity for people either in opposition or in favor of that to comment again on the development and look for solutions to some of these problems that people are bringing forward. It provides an appeal process as well, whereas what we do today does not. Voting against this today effectively stops this development, or it could be reapplied for in another 6 months is all. That would be my comments there.
Okay. Any other comments on second reading? Councillor Lang.
I just want to respond in to Councillor Duncan's comments, which I agree most of these concerns would happen at the development stage. Although I think the flooding and the channels and the deepness of the water and how fast it flows is a concern at this level to rezone.
Any additional comments? Okay, I will ask the question. All in favor of second reading? One opposed? Motion is defeated 1-6. We will move on to item 6.1. Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Bylaw and Fees Policy Amendments. Page 33 in the agenda package.
It's our fee schedule, but she's changing it. It's an appeal stuff. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
So we're waiting for Keith?
It's Christine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kim, since you're here, for the next public hearing we have, when people register, could we please have them, when we do the electronic vote, or the electronic voting, the electronic presentations, it's very beneficial for me to know who's in favor and who's opposed. Just for future reference, because when I'm calling on people, I need to keep the in favor together and the opposed. Today it was easy, everyone was opposed, but if there was a more split, it's just nice if that could be noted.
I think we did indicate, and like when Charmin got their names, she did try to have, but people could rename themselves.
Yes.
But she had, like with some people that she renamed, had put opposed, but I think we generally did ask them when they registered if they were going to be speaking in.
Okay, if that information could filter up to me on a piece of paper so we can have a nice smooth meeting.
We can attempt to do our best for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
With permission, I guess I will present this agenda, and if council has detailed questions, we do have the senior planner with us, Kim Gillum, to answer those questions. So this agenda is regarding the Subdivision Development Appeal Board Bylaw and Fees Policy Amendments. Staff recommendation before council today that council review, amend as required, and provide first, second, and third reading of the bylaw 1098/20 Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Bylaw. And secondly, that council review, amend, and approve a revised Schedule A for the development permit fees policy. So the background on this agenda: during the January 20th, 2020 strategic planning session, the Committee of the Whole reviewed the Subdivision Development Appeal Board Bylaw 1036/18 along with the development permit fees policy that prescribes the SDAB appeal fees. The committee directed administration to revise the SDAB bylaw and associated fees policy as follows: increase the SDAB member term from 1 year to a 3-year term in alignment with the MGA legislated training requirements and frequency of refresher training every 3 years as follows. Reduce the number of alternate SDAB members at large from 4 alternate members, 2 councillors, 2 citizens at large, to 1 alternate councillor and 1 alternate citizen at large, thereby requiring a total of 7 board members to be trained every 3 years. Add stop order appeal fee to Schedule A of the existing development permit fee policy. And additionally, in Schedule A of the existing development permit fee policy, increase the development permit appeal and subdivision permit appeal fee to $400 and stop order appeal fees to $800 respectively to offset a larger portion of operational costs to hold SDAB appeal hearings. The committee also reviewed the option of joining a regional intermunicipal subdivision and development appeal board and did not recommend that council pursue additional information in this regard. Attached for council's review and consideration is a new draft SDAB bylaw 1098/20 and development permit fees policy reflective of the changes recommended by the committee as stated above on the January 20th meeting. And the bylaw with the amendments is attached. If council had any question, Ms. Gillum or myself would be happy to entertain them.
I have one question for administration. It says the committee reviewed the option of joining the Regional Intermunicipal Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and the committee recommended not doing that. Would there be significant cost savings to doing that?
Good morning, members of council. Thank you. In terms of the regional agreement, there would probably be similar or additional cost with an intermunicipal agreement. Certainly there would be efficiencies in terms of the training cost, but we didn't really explore any further because at that time the Committee of the Whole had indicated they weren't interested in looking at the intermunicipal SDAB board.
Okay,
but we could certainly go forward and look into that cost differentiation for council should they wish it.
But based on what we know now, it would not be substantial cost savings?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from council? Councillor Duncan.
Just a comment further to what you were asking. I think it more goes to the philosophy of whether you should have, you know, people within the county looking at this as opposed to people from outside the county is probably for me, it's the more important question to ask there. And at the past, you know, we were still comfortable with dealing with it in-house, so to speak.
No other questions or comments? Staff recommendation is that council review, amend as required, and provide first, second, and third reading of bylaw 1098/20, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw. Is there someone who would care to make first or move first reading? Deputy Reeve Swanson. Further discussion on first reading? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor of first reading? Motion carries 7-0. A motion for second reading. Councillor Lougheed, discussion on second reading. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Would a councillor care to make a motion to move forward to third reading? Or to allow third reading? Councillor Lang? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. And a mover for third reading this morning. Councillor Duncan. Any further discussion on third reading? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. The second staff recommendation is that council review, amend, and approve the revised Schedule A for the development permit fees policy. I believe we had the highlights of that explained to us already. Are there any questions on Schedule A for administration? Seeing none, could I have someone move that we approve the revised Schedule A? Councillor Vandermeer. Any discussion on the motion? Yes.
How often do we review these? Like, I know we reviewed these fees back in January. Is this something brought up every 2 years, 1 year?
So the last time this policy was amended was 2014, January 2014. We did look at it from a strategic planning committee of the whole back in January in order to inform what we're going to make this policy change. So we didn't actually revise it back then, we just took a look at it. So last time was 2014.
Okay. Any further discussion? Did someone make the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Seeing no further comments, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.1, the Greater Beat Contract Tender Award for Beat 504.
Thank you, Council. So this agenda is before Council today in regard to the Greater Beat retendering of Beat 504. The staff recommendation that Council reviews the information and approves awarding the 5-year contract to maintain Greater Beat 504 to D. Williams Contracting at a rate of $90 per hour. So the background for Council's consideration, Clearwater County awards 11 of its 13 Greater Beats to independent contractors. The contract is a 5-year term with the option to extend the contract for 1 year, not exceeding a 3-year extension. Beat 504 is 169 kilometers, located south of Rocky Mountain House, and currently maintained by Ogopogo graders at a rate of $83.50 per hour. The contract expires September 30th, 2020. The submissions are attached for Council's information. Upon review of all the submitted bids, it has come to the attention of administration that the lowest bid submitted by Ogopogo was incomplete as the tender requirements and instructions required. As such, administration recommends that the second lowest bidder, which was complete as per the tender requirements, be awarded to D. Williams Contracting at a rate of $90 per hour.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Could you give us a little explanation as to the deficiencies in that proposal from Ogopogo?
Into too much. It was not witnessed nor dated. There was no insurance attached. I guess legality-wise, the big one that was discussed was having a tender document that wasn't witnessed nor dated. The insurance given was a requirement, but that one was debated simply because he's a well-known contractor to us and he currently has a bid. So we can validate, although it was a requirement across the board, everybody supply current valid insurance. That one was debatable, but having a legal document not dated nor signed was, I would suggest, the largest legal issue.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you. I noticed in the Public Works report, because it spoke to some Greater Beats 509, I think it was, that they indicate that there was incomplete bids there as well. I was just wondering if anything had changed recently that maybe caused them not to be incomplete in both spots.
Thank you, Councillor Laird. Actually, it was my question as well, because if we've seen a number, the one you're talking about, actually 5 out of the 7 were incomplete, which alarms, but there has been no change. Not sure why the tender wasn't gone through accordingly, because some did, but there's been no administrative change to this document over last.
Okay, I just was trying to make the correlation of perhaps there was some recent change, but hearing none, thank you for.
Very fair, thank you, and it was my first question as well for the same reasons.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Councillor Duncan.
Sorry, it was left on.
Okay. So the staff recommendation is that council reviews the information and approves awarding the 5-year contract to maintain Greater Beat 504 to D. Williams Contracting at a rate of $90 per hour. So the contract that we, if approved, will be offered is a 5-year term, and then there is the option to extend for 3 one-year terms. Would someone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson. Further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion? Motion carries 7-0. We will move on to item 8.1, Proposed Core Backbone Broadband Project 2020 to 2025. Does anyone need a break before we hit this item? We will have a 5-minute break and we'll meet at 11:30. 11:29, I'll call the meeting back to order. Agenda item 8.1, proposed core backbone broadband project 2020 to 2025.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. I'm here to propose our core backbone project 2020 to 2025. Our staff recommendation is that Council approves the core backbone project for 2025 as listed below. I don't know, do you want the whole thing read out, or?
Let's read it out.
Okay, so phase 1 is 2020 Rocky Mountain House to Ferrier. It's in progress and it's been approved. So our project 2, phase 2, from year 2020 to 2021, Rocky Mountain House to Caroline via Highway 22 at Range Road 54 to Sundre, then to Olds. Phase 3 in year 2022, Rocky Mountain House to Condor via Highway 11 at Range Road 42 to Highway 22 and Junction 12. Phase 4 in year 2023, Highway 22 and 12 junction to Brazeau, Wetaskiwin County border. Phase 5 in year 2024, Ferrier Acres Subdivision to Nordegg. Phase 6 in year 2025, Highway 22 and 12 junction to Lacombe County border at Highway 761. And also the next recommendation that Council cancels a request for proposals to enhance broadband connectivity in Nordegg and for access for Condor Public Services Building also. And here's, I don't know if I've got to go through the whole background, but we've given you some, it's a 6-phase plan over 6 years for the core backbone design. With what I've read, obviously there's our implementations plan going forward, starting really at number 2 there at 115 kilometers. The next one's about 58, and 4 is 44. Ferrier Acres to Nordegg 77 and 23, with a total of about 330.5 kilometers. Of course, that's an estimate. We can find shortcuts as we do a more advanced design. And fixed wireless, with the inclusion of an estimated operational of over the 5 years or 6 years at a little over $1 million, and a total estimated budget of about $21 million. So prior to the development of the proposed project in phases, Council directed administration to develop requests for proposals to enhance broadband connectivity in Nordegg, March 10th, and for and access for services for Condor Services Building, April 28th. Should Council approve the project phases as listed above, and the continuation of the RFP would be redundant, given that the project includes these areas in phase 3 and phase 5 at a more cost-effective approach. Also, as Council's direction, at a public engagement plan to obtain feedback on proposed projects was initiated on July 30th and ended on August 28th so that we could gather the data. Below is a summary of 21 responses received up to August 19th, date of agenda publication. Staff will provide an updated summary at today's meeting, and that's where we're going to next. So Tim, if you want to go the second slide, number 2. Public engagement, what we heard. Online feedback, in-person and forms and email addresses were used to gather the feedback. Most of the stuff that we got back was actually from our website. So that was sort of good news that people are actually going to the website. Newspaper ads, web notices, Facebook and Twitter posts were used to direct traffic to the online and in-person feedback forms. Comments were received between July 30th and August 20th. Some of the feedback that we heard publicly This is a great direction, and hopefully it picks up momentum, which is positive. I think this is vital and makes this happen, whatever the cost. It's an investment in the future, and please get this bill done as quickly as possible. Our county is losing ground in all areas, education, business, and health. And then, if you can go to the next screen, Tim. This one? Yeah, on to this one. The summary results, we've got 76% of the 21% were in support of this project going forward. You know, economic development, social well-being, and need for service. The critical people that were on it, there's 3 of 21. Cost to residents, they were concerned about the ISP's performance at the other end and potential obsolescence of the network. Neutral, need for a service and ISP performance were brought up. The last page, Tim, please. Public engagement, what we were asked. Frequently asked questions we're going to be putting out in the next day or so because, you know, gathering data, we've got a lot of questions.
Councillor Laird.
I apologize, just back one slide. Am I to understand that 11 people have...
we actually had 21 because we updated the presentation.
Oh,
we should
okay,
have,
I'm reading the old one.
Yeah.
So 21 out of 12,000 people have weighed in.
Yeah, and we went to Twitter, Facebook, etc. So it is what it is.
That's abysmal, actually. I'm sorry to hear it's so low. That's hard to make a presentation or move forward on so little data.
Yeah, it was, you know, the excuses I can make for everybody else is it was during vacation time and everything else like that, but it was short. There was only 30 days or so, so that's really all I can, for the public, I can make excuses for, but we tried our best, that's for sure. So I'll move on to the frequently asked questions. We'll be posting those after this session, and probably in the next couple days because there's quite a few. There was really good questions. But questions focused primarily on timeline of project, and really most of the response was faster. Performance for internet service providers, how the county was going to manage that properly. Sequence of project stages, I think people want different stages and different times. And long-term viability of a fiber network and reaching more remote areas. And the other comment is that our communications put out a report that you guys have. They'll be posting that report today on our website. So we'll be doing that. That's a more detailed report of our public engagement. I didn't want to get into that here because we'd be here forever. Okay. So Michael will be posting that this afternoon or sooner, whenever. So, on with the presentation. I'd like to introduce Tim Quinn to do the core backbone presentation. Thanks, Tim.
Before you start, Tim, is this addition that we received this morning, will that be tacked on the agenda for people to look at? Because the number, you know, between 76% in favor to 55% in favor, you know, the number is different. So will this be accessible to people when
yes,
they download
that's
the
going
agenda?
to be posted on the internet today under the broadband scope.
Will it be connected to the agenda though?
Oh, sorry, can we do that?
Yeah, it can be added to the agenda, right?
Oh, okay.
And post it on the webpage too. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, we can attack. Thanks, Michael.
Okay. I guess still good morning, everybody. Thanks again for the opportunity to present this and this proposal. As we go forward into this, some of the things we went through before in terms of some of the problematic areas for ISPs currently in place is, implementing the higher speed due to the cost. And it's not that the bandwidth is not there in terms of SuperNet or Shaw or TELUS or whatever. It's the fact that it's a cost to the ISPs that's sort of preventing them from actually expanding their service into a better broadband structure. Even in their backhauling from some of the locations like Ferrier Acres or other locations to Rocky Mountain House for that connectivity is expensive, and if they build that up, the cost per subscriber, it's not really in their best interest right now. So what we want to do is through this backbone, we want to alleviate that. We want to actually be connected directly to the IXP down in Calgary through the Olds section. And this is to actually bring the prices for connection more competitive to a more competitive level for all the ISPs. Right now, the bigger players, TELUS, Shaw, and SuperNet, these prices are being maintained at high, and it's controlling the whole situation here. So we want to alleviate that and then bring those. It's not that we're going to eliminate them. We want to actually bring the prices down lower in a competitive way.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Sure. When you say bring the prices down, from what to what? How much reduction would you anticipate? How much cheaper will it be for an ISP with this system?
Well, right now, we've just priced out SuperNet's connection, okay, from here to the Meet Me Room in Calgary. And with the interconnection with Data Hive, we've estimated that the cost will be about $146,000 per year for a 10 gig access. Right now, if we gateway going through Olds, we gateway through, let's say, ONET and Olds initially, and we get that same 10 gig, the connectivity will probably drop probably about by 25 to 30%, if not more, by going through that direction, okay, initially. If we go directly and we use our own backbone and get away from Olds to the IXP, I expect it to actually drop probably by a factor of 10 or 15 times. Because we're not backhauling it, we're backhauling it on our own network, not on SuperNet's network. And the connectivity on Data Hive for a 10 gig is $16.60, okay, per month for a 10 gig connection, and that's US dollars.
That's $16.
$16.60, 1660. That's for a 10 gig connection, US dollars, and Data Hive, which is about 2,100 Canadian, 2,200 Canadian, roughly.
But we're only building to Olds.
That's correct. ONET has 2 connections, redundant connections to Calgary right now. So if we use them as a gateway, we're saving the backhaul cost from Rocky Mountain House to Olds to that location.
Okay, but how much would we be charged by the ONET consortium or ONET to get from Olds to Calgary? Just because they have a redundant line doesn't mean they're going to give it to us, right?
No, we're working on the pricing as far as that's concerned. It's a lot lower in terms of at least 30% lower, if not more. By going through Sundre, we're allowing them to actually provide their services in their own region to Sundre. That's one of the maybe possible outcomes. So there's an offset.
So you're trading services, basically.
Creating services.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, Tim, I have a question. I received an email from a local ISP provider. I think it came last night. I forwarded it to all the council this morning. But we've all heard about the large amount required to connect to SuperNet. And one line in here, I have to ask this and see what you have to say.
Sure.
This point was made. This person said a few months ago, Axia, in brackets, the SuperNet, said they could provide a 10 gig service, but wanted a $5,000 fee to upgrade some of the hardware. Like, what do you say? It's 5,000's not.
5,000 for an upgrade. 5,000, that's to upgrade their equipment to provide a bigger broadband backhaul. So they have to upgrade their equipment on their network. So it's a $5,000 fee.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a one-time fee. Okay, then you have your monthly on top of that.
Which would be what?
Well, they quoted us as $136,000 for the year. So it's about $11,000 or $12,000 per month, I believe. Okay. Okay, so it's not that these facilities are not available. They are. TELUS, Shaw, even Zayo, they have the facilities here, a single point connection out of Rocky Mountain House to those locations. Cost is established between them. That is still pretty high. And we need to actually get through and actually compete with them in terms of that price, to lower the price, get them to lower their price so we have more options at a reasonable cost and redundancy at a reasonable cost, where right now we really don't for the existing connections through this county. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Tim. Sorry. One of the things about Zayo, Shaw, and I believe SuperNet, they're all on the same fiber. So again, if it gets cut in here, we're in the same situation we are in now. I believe TELUS is on their own, but getting on a TELUS piece of fiber and owning that piece of fiber from TELUS is difficult, to say the least. So that's sort of we're relying on building in the redundancy for this community. Thanks, Tim.
Okay. The reason why a lot of ISPs, again, haven't done this, and, you know, some may argue, some may not, but the fact of the matter is, it's the population. And I think that's a common issue for a lot of them, is why they haven't expanded, why they haven't built up the backhaul, or even that internet connection to the IXP in terms of Calgary or Edmonton or whatever. It's because of cost. Their cost per subscriber, it's prohibitive. So they haven't done that. So in some of the cases, some of the providers have been using something similar to a personal connection with Shaw and leveraging that through some of their subscribers, and still charging them quite a bit of money to provide a low-end service, especially on unlicensed band in some cases, like I mentioned. So it's to level the playing field, provide a better environment in which these ISPs can operate. It's actually enabling a better business from their end. So it's not trying to undermine them. It's not trying to put them out of business. It's trying to help them do a better business within the county and provide a better service within the county. And if we just look at the static population, that's not a real business case for any of them right now. The transient population has to be taken into consideration as well. And this is one of the things we're trying to address. Okay? And the spread out of population over the area, that's something that we'll bring in terms of the wireless and extending the backbone from there. So we'll go into that as we go through. Again, the first 2 points are the major factors. And I think that if we can alleviate those and bring the pricing in a more competitive manner, bring it down to those levels, I think the services can be picked up and they can improve their services all throughout the county. Going through this, we've been through this before. We're trying to get in a better picture. On the before section, like I mentioned, it's not that the interconnection to the hub or interconnection to the gateway that they're using is a small bandwidth. It's the fact that it's the cost of the bandwidth, and scaling that bandwidth is the major concern in all the ISPs. And their backhaul costs is when they're backhauling over their own network to Rocky Mountain House to connect to that internet gateway. They're using low bandwidth. So it's very significant in terms of providing a better service if they don't expand that, or they can't expand that because of cost. It doesn't matter what you have at the far end. If you have fiber to the home or you have the best wireless, if you don't have this backhaul connection and the connection to the IXP or the gateway, it doesn't mean anything. You're still going to get a lousy service. Okay? So what we're trying to do is open up that segment. That's the first stage. That's the foundational stage for this whole project. Once we put the foundation in, then all other ideas come on the table. Okay? Because we'll have the ability to do that. So again, the core backbone objectives address the backbone backhaul costs. That's our primary objective. Address the high cost of internet connectivity. That's the second one. Address telecommunication quality and service demand. That's definitely a big part of the county's requirement. Address barriers of economic growth. Right now it's being controlled by the actual Telus, Bells and Shaws and Rogers and all of those guys. They don't see the population here to actually improve their service. Their return on investment is very low. So they're not going to improve it. They're going to keep it the way it is and try to get as much out of it as they can to get a return on their investment. If we provide a layer or an environment which they can actually come in and provide a better mobile service, better internet service, and keep the costs at a low cost so their return on investment is better, that's enabling them to actually come in and do that. Right now, that's the prohibitive part is actually putting in their own backbone up here. For instance, to Nordic, for instance, to anywhere else in the county, because it's this cost, and they're not going to get their money back. So we provide that to them, we enable them. And that's one of the biggest things for some of the feedback we had was, are we going to improve mobile services? Are we going to improve, services in some of the farm regions, whatever? And this will enable that to happen. So desire. Address the ability to open new markets. There's a lot of wireless business that's out there. A lot of IT businesses that are out there with a proper internet structure, proper bandwidth, proper speed that comes through this. They have the option to come in here and open up a business to actually make this happen. Because the cost will be there and the infrastructure will be there. To achieve a self-sustaining year-on-year cost level. We've budgeted in terms of, we'll show you the dispersion. I went through that with you before, and we'll go through it again. In the dispersion, we took a 5% based on operational cost. Now, the 1 million for operational cost is spread over the 6 years, and that's for the full-blown output of the network as it stands right now on Project 1 and Project 2. Now, once we have that in place, if we put it in place earlier, let's say within 3 years, with budget, with grants that we've already applied for, if we actually get those or we move forward and we put it in sooner, in 3 years, then the operational budget will actually work out to 1 million over the 3 years, for instance. We're looking at an offset cost for some of the connectivity, some of the leasing that we're doing, infrastructure sharing that we're doing. So that cost will be spread out as we move forward, okay? It's just a budgetary configuration. The planning strategy. As we put the roots in, right now we're trying to actually make the most of it. We're looking at different circumstances within the fiber network itself. What's going to be the most cost effective? What's going to be the most advantageous in terms of supplying if the fiber to the home actually comes into play at some point in time, where the ISPs do that, we have the connectivity locations in an opportunistic way, if you want to put it that way. So that's what our strategy is doing, putting those connective areas within the fiber in strategic areas, so we do have that connection. We're ready to go when the ISPs are ready to go, or we get to go ahead to actually trial or do another piece of the project later on. Okay, so that's the biggest aspect of this, is planning that down to the detail. Backbone again, strategy, moving out to the adjacent borders. Red Deer is putting in, there's another fiber connection coming in through there. We want to connect with them. That'll connect us onto Highway 2 or that area. So we have an extra connectivity through maybe to Edmonton in that direction or Calgary in that direction. It gives multiple options. Pricing will come down because of these multiple options. We go up to Wetaskiwin. That's another route. That's another broadening route towards Edmonton area, and expanding the network and redundancy of the network in terms of providing geographical rings in the fiber eventually, if we start taking up with some of these adjacent counties. So the idea is to actually connect to Edmonton and Calgary and create a core network structure that puts in place the ability to grow and connect and scale your internet backbone considerably. And that provides and opens up services capabilities from many directions. And data centers, for instance, there's different components to that come into play that require huge bandwidth and redundant bandwidth, low risk and high availability. So that provides that kind of environment. We're looking at some other satellite companies. They also need earth stations, earth station hubs. These are some of the things we're looking at and we're discussing. So this is an important factor that we have the infrastructure in place so we can open up discussions with these different groups. Okay? Again, opening up the business and services opportunities. We've been through these, like I mentioned, data centers. I mentioned Nordig because there's a large transient population up through there. Nordig itself for expanding, trying to expand. They're putting in lots in Nordig, I guess, and they wanted to expand. They want to have some internet service out there. That will help that expansion. That'll help the businesses in Nordig. And when I heard that a lot of the children are bused from Nordig into Rocky Mountain House for school, there's a lot of e-education that can come out of this to actually assist this. And hopefully actually improve it so they don't have that long bus ride, especially in the wintertime. For the agritech, I think that's a huge opportunity. I think addressing a lot of the farming, the agritech is going to be a big issue here, or not a big issue, but a big business opportunity for the ranchers, farmers, whatever. So all these opportunities come into play. Without the infrastructure, there's just no opportunity for this, none. Again, emergency communications. This is another one that's a real positive out of this. Okay, you have emergency communications alternative, medical assistance, e-health, First Nation support. I know Ochis, some of these are putting in fiber too, so we can connect with them. We actually broaden the services, broaden the reach and connectivity. That's huge, I guess, in this area, that's for sure. Public safety and utility communications. Again, that's another one. Monitoring, security is in some of the remote and rural locations is always a concern, and these are some of the business opportunities that can come out of this as well. Again, I mentioned e-education. I think that's a huge one as well, and e-government services that come out of this as well. So we look at this is the adjacent counties that we're looking for and looking to reach. Again, I mentioned with budget and grants, we can advance this project in a 3-year span, and I think that's doable. I think that's quite readily available in terms of the construction and the engineering we can do. We want to plan the engineering over this winter, so we have the permits and engineering completed, so we can start construction in April of next year for this project 2. What takes the longest is permits and right-of-way. And if we can do that over the winter time, instead of spending most of the summer, good digging time, if you want to put it that way, we can get that done. And we can actually have the whole project designed, so we can actually bring different aspects of the project into construction readiness sooner. Okay, so right now the backbone, as I mentioned, it's nearby access to 85% of the population. Now, there was a concern and some of the feedback, I guess we're in that 15%. I guess we're at a range. With the wireless aspect, there's different ways we can actually do this with the wireless aspect. We can extend the wireless off the backbone even further by using the same medium. So by doing that, we can extend further than the 20 kilometers. So we can reach some of the existing 15%. Planting branch routes as we move forward into the next project phase. Once we get this main foundation done, we can actually move forward in putting in those branch routes and reaching those other 15%. Okay, so there's a lot of other projects that can come out of this very quickly. So one of the questions I think the last time we were presenting, what are some of the benefits of connecting to the adjacent counties? Okay, it's a creation of an interregional consortium. That's just a thought. That's just what I personally think, or we personally think that can come out of this. Expansion of interregional backbone and services. So now you have good interregional services that can come out of this. Having the ability to explore synergies of services to improve those services and expand and lower the cost of some of those services if you can actually find the synergies and work out common costs. Medical, education, and emergency services. Counties have a small voice individually, a larger voice collectively. And I think that speaks volumes for the region. And I know in small northern communities, I mean, they have very little say. And they had, their wish list is very short and very hard to get. So, I mean, if you have a bigger say, I think you have a bit more power in terms of turning things over. Establish positive competition in the telecom and business sectors. This is what you want. This is how you want to get the prices to a more reasonable cost, maintain them at a reasonable cost, and provide those services at a reasonable cost. This is just because you're in the north, you shouldn't have to pay twice or 3 times the amount for a service that's substandard. That's not realistic, not possible. Telecommunications independence and control. Better control abilities of economic growth. If you control the actual environment, you control your economic growth in terms of the communications that's needed for that economic growth. If you allow the Bells, the Telus, the Shaws that have been providing the service, but they haven't providing the service in a broader sense. Okay, you're expanding that and enabling that by doing this. Increase business diversity in the region. Diversification of any economy where you're not dependent on any one source is huge. And you find that with the oil and gas industry as it stands right now. I mean, if you're dependent on one industry, then it's very difficult to recover from in the long term. Okay, and I've already said with the internet connection with both Edmonton and Calgary, I think that's one. The other thing is if you put in the infrastructure here, there's other opportunities as a hub site at a later date. So that adds to it. So I give you a bit of a night vision of the whole thing.
Excuse me, Tim. Tracy, it's about 8 after 12. Is lunch here? Okay, we'll take a break now, and we'll come back at 12. We do have a delegation. At 1, yes. Well, let's come back at 12:35. So we have 30 minutes for lunch. Okay. Okay, it is 12:36. I'll call the meeting back to order. We are on agenda item 8.1, the proposed core backbone broadband project, and back to you, Tim.
Just to continue on from where we left off, give you a bit of a night vision in Google in terms of the backbone architecture that we're proposing. And where it goes, each one of the fiber routes will encase 144 fibers and be able to be groomed from there in terms of access at any time. Or you can just go to the next one. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is just the section of where we're going through Rocky Mountain House with the proposed plan. So we're covering all the routes, major routes going through Rocky Mountain House, and readiness for access at any one of those locations, through one of those locations. So we've covered Rocky Mountain House in terms of the primary routes. Branch routes are set up. The FOSCs, what they call FOSCs or fiber splice points, are set up at major intersections. So we have access ready. Oh, still not going. Go to the next one. Okay, this is the initial project 1, Ferrier Acres, and we had met with the historic site. We've already worked out that. The plan has been the design has been finalized, so we're almost in production. We're waiting on a few more permits. So, and that's kind of the only thing that's holding it up right now. So we expect start of the construction very shortly. So that's a good thing. Next. Does it work? Okay. This is the Condor route. Now, I've applied for CRTC funding. Now, some of the funding has already been released to the Northwest Territories and that. We're waiting to see what the possibility is on this, because this could be advanced as well. This goes through, we've added in Alhambra and Leslieville in the route. I'm getting better at pronouncing these, sorry. And Condor. And we're reaching out to the border with Red Deer. So, hopefully we can connect to that at some point in time in the near future and continue on from there.
Question?
Yes.
We sort of lose our redundancy there though, don't we, if it's in the same corridors? No, the actual one is on 598, isn't it there? It's not, there isn't a fiber on Highway 11 at that point, there is there?
Yeah. The one that's coming in goes through Leslieville and up through that section in there. So we'll have a ring, at least at that point, where we have some redundancy coming in.
Yeah.
Okay, to start with. This is going up 22. Again, 22, right up to Highway 12 and 22, we'll have 288 fiber. 144 will go up to 22, and 144 will go along 12. That was one of the requests in terms of the number of fibers in each one of the routes. So we've actually put in very future-proof fiber counts in all primary routes for future and existing. So we're in good shape there. And we're looking at technologies to efficiently utilize the fibers to their maximum capacity. So that's another future-proofing as we go through. This is the Nordig. Nordig, we've also looked at going up 11A to 11. And one of the comments was, are we going up to Crimson Lake up in that area? So that's a branch route that can be further developed as we finalize the initial route. That can be brought in, and then we'll bring it across over to Nordic. And then from there, we can set up the wireless structure for all the campsites and parks and so on and so forth as we go along.
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. Councillor Lang.
Tim, in an earlier presentation, there was something about taking the fiber up when it goes out west of Ferry, up north along 11A past the golf course and on up that way. I'm just wondering if you have considered taking it up the river road just on the west side of the river, because there would be a lot more residents there, plus that RV campground at the north end there.
And the Ferry Acres camp, the trailer parks there? Sorry?
Yeah, we've actually, as we go by on 11A,
yeah,
we're putting a FOST there. So there'd be the ability for the ISPs or anybody else to put a branch route there.
Oh,
there
okay.
would be.
That's good. That made more sense to me.
Yeah, so we're trying to sort of, as we go by intersections, trying to put those branch routes availability out there.
Good, thank you.
Another point too with the, I think Woodlands Drive. Yeah, there was another comment from one of the constituents there about Woodlands Drive. So we're right near there. So that's a possibility as well. It's ready. So.
Excuse me, I'm going to hijack this meeting for 1 second for an announcement. Apparently, Jason Kenney just had a cabinet shuffle. Casey Madhu from Municipal Affairs to Justice. Doug Schweitzer from Justice to Jobs, Economy and Innovation. Tracy Allard to Municipal Affairs. And Tanya Furr to the UCP backbenches. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so, and this is one of the final projects along Highway 12 to the Lacombe border. Okay. This is kind of summarizes the overall Project 1 and Project 2 phases. Again, the prioritization, we'll get to that next. They were prioritized for a certain reason and a rationale, and we'll state that. So here's, get the border in there. Okay, so in terms of the phase priorities, Rocky Mountain House to Ferrier Acre route, again, that was due to a government contract. That was an initial plan to do a backbone route out there in the first 13 kilometers. This was more of a good trial. The diversity of the terrain, the bridge, worst case scenarios on bridges, permits, so on and so forth. This is a good trial section. And it was good in another way because it actually was a good start to the backbone structure, at least to get us in a good position to actually move forward with it. It'll help us identify further costs as well. We've already uncovered some of the costs in terms of the costs, lowering the costs. What we've come across, like bridges, the bridge going across to 11A on the Saskatchewan River. We've saved quite a bit on that route, finding a conduit that was already on the bridge. So that saved us directional drilling and saved a good cost there. So we'll use that to expand some of the other pieces as we go through. Rocky Mountain House to Caroline, Sundre and Olds. That was the next priority. That was, again, to get down to the old section, get into the Calgary data hive, and actually get that scalable bandwidth on the IXP created, and provide that service and get that going initially, and get some redundancy again into our backbone route. This will provide a scalable interconnection, which is what we need in terms of moving forward. Hopefully scalable up and down, because once we get into the other parts for the tourism and things like that, that'll be seasonal. So we'll be able to hopefully see scale up and down according to that for cost savings as well. Highway 2212 Rocky Mountain House to Condor Red Deer border. We've put the section on the Condor. I've applied for the CRTC grant for this. This was section for 2021, actually. So if we get the grant with the CRTC, we can advance this into 2021. So we can start the planning on this winter as well and try to get the design finished and the permits. So this is a good possibility of us moving forward into 2021.
Councillor Laird.
Perhaps I'm reading this incorrectly, but isn't this actually Highway 11?
This is along Highway 11, yes.
Okay, because it's reading Highway 22 and Highway 12.
No, Highway 22, from the CO, from the central office that we're proposing here in Rocky Mountain House, there's a section that'll go from Rocky Mountain House up 22 and 12. That's the initial leg for that section. So we've put it in there. That's 288 fibers. But that'll also be part of the route that goes down to Condor. We've added that into the same project for readiness. Okay.
It does go through 11 though.
Yeah, it comes down through 11. It goes 11 and then branches onto 22.
That was a typo.
I'm sure it's a typo. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes. But if you look, if we go back to the, let's go back to the, we'll go forward to the, can we go back, Tracy? To the, just to the general map, a summary map. There it is. Rocky Mountain House is actually blocking that blue, part of that blue route off. So where it goes up to Highway 12 and 22, that's where the 288 fiber, and that's all part of that same project. And then the other part will go down from Rocky Mountain House to Condor, or to the border for Red Deer, V11, yes.
Councillor Lougheed.
Just clarification on that. Does that mean to the border of the county or the border of Red Deer County? Because we don't border on Red Deer County there. It'll be Lacombe County.
Oh, for 12, Lacombe County.
No, for a Highway 11, it'll be Lacombe County as well.
How much Lacombe County is it? 6 miles?
It'll be across the Medicine River, so.
Yeah, it's about 6 miles of Lacombe County.
Yeah, I think we got 8 kilometers or something we got there. Yeah, so.
Okay, so which one are you referring to? The one going up 22?
One that's going to Red Deer. There's Lacombe has a little
oh, a little section there, yes.
That little
yes.
section, it's about 8 kilometers that we'd have to go through, so.
Okay, yeah.
So we are going through Lacombe County to Red Deer County?
We would go right to the border of Clearwater County and then start hopefully discussing with Red Deer and Lacombe going further. And I know that there's also a project for Highway 11 to be twinned. So that hopefully we can jump into that too and maybe talk with everybody in there. So, but that's sort of in the future.
I got you. Okay, move forward.
So the twinning of Highway 11,
yeah.
We don't have anything official from the province, but that's the year I've heard is maybe starting in 2023, which is 3 years out, which is a year after we want to have fiber in the ground. Will this fiber project along Highway 11 be delayed because of that whole construction project?
That's a good question for Alberta Transportation. We'd probably have to, it's such an unknown now, and I've been trying to get contacts in it, and it doesn't seem to be getting any feedback on that. It's a bit of an unknown. I'm presuming that if we knew the right of ways and we had their plans, we could avoid that part of that construction, or maybe it is a possibility we might have to move back that part of the project to another time.
In other projects I've had, when there's a plan like that that's been established and designed already, when you're applying for permits, they actually provide an easement off the project so far. So you can actually follow that route. So it's not interfering or won't be interfered with when the project starts, the expansion.
I don't think that, Yeah, we'll have to decide, yeah, I'll have to go through that, yeah. Okay. Okay, the junction with Highway 2212, Wetaskiwin County border, Phase 2, Project 3. Potential interconnection with Wetaskiwin County. Potential route to Edmonton for secondary direct connection with Edmonton Internet Hub. Expansion to services along the corridor and provide a priority based on population and yearly budget. Could be combined with the 2022. So there's a lot of compression that can happen on this based on budget, based on some of the grants that we've applied for. Sorry, thanks. Next. Ferry Acres to Nordic project. Again, we applied for a grant on this, and this was scheduled for 2022. That can be advanced either way. If this whole project is approved, then the design of this project and the other ones will be done over this winter, hopefully, and we can actually look at some compression in terms of timeframes, and that's based on grant as well or the budget.
Councillor Lang, another question?
Oh, sorry.
No. Councillor Duncan?
The RTC grant, that's a matching grant probably, right? That's not a...
The CRTC grant was the last one that closed back June 1st.
Yeah.
And applied for, it was 50% of what the cost would be.
50%.
Yeah, roughly, yeah. And the same thing with, at the time, it was just to rush it in, to get it in, and it was 50% for also Condor, roughly.
Councillor Laird.
Perhaps it's just a timing thing, or, because I recognize you're speaking to it with regard to the grant implementation, that it could be compressed or moved forward. Wouldn't it almost be easier to list that as project number 4 as a priority rather than 5? Like switch those two?
Ferry Acres to Nordic?
Yes.
Like I said, it was based on the actual budget we had. Go ahead. Yeah,
Really, after project 2, phase 1, they can all be intermixed. We can move them around. So we just put it in what we thought was, or what we think is a fairly logical thing. But if there's a granting applications that move up, we can certainly interchange those and go forward with different process after that part. If that helps.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, certainly having flexibility as to how we might interchange these, I think, is important. But this application to Nordegg, that's been put in June. Was it the 1st of June or in May? Yeah. So, what kind of response time are you anticipating on both of these applications? What's the probable first indication that you're out or you're in, potentially?
In terms of releasing of the grant, or?
Well, in terms of either serious negotiation or releasing the grant.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything back from them. Like I'm actually set up to get an email as soon as, if anything even changes on that website. And we really haven't heard anything, no feedback whatsoever. I think they're keeping things pretty tight-lipped. As soon as we know, I definitely will be pretty happy if we know one way or another. It's just, unless I don't know another way of getting that information.
Yeah, well, I'm pleased to know that you've made these applications, because I think there will be announcements, and you're probably aware that Red Deer County recently is also receiving money under the shovel-ready programs here in Alberta. And I'm not sure, but I would anticipate that there could be a federal component brought along on that also, but that's provincial. Yeah. And that's because they had some design work done. So having 3 or so of these designed, I think, is very important without full commitment to them. You know, we've talked about that for some time. I have one other comment, though, and that is on routing. You've mentioned North Highway 22, the Wetaskiwin County border. I think there's a very significant funding opportunity, and we tried to address this a couple of years ago, and that's going on Buster Creek Road, because that would serve the Ochese issue. And there is money for that file. And when you talk about how you would get out and make it a circuitous route, interconnection, they can go out to the north to Drayton Valley, of course, and connect ultimately up on the highway there going into Leduc. So there's a different way of going north, and I would submit that it's worth taking a look at in terms of funding being much more readily available.
Okay, if I can interrupt, we have a delegation at 1 in the afternoon in a few minutes, and we need a few minutes to get the technology working. So we'll take a brief recess and come back at 1. Yes, could I have a motion to table this item? Deputy Reeve Swanson, all in favor? Motion carries. We are beginning item 9.1. Kelly Kierluk, I hope I pronounced your name right, Kelly. General Manager, Community Futures, Central Alberta. Welcome. Before we begin, we'll just do a quick round of introductions so you can see everyone. Mr. Duncan.
Thanks.
Councillor Duncan.
Good afternoon. Jim Duncan, Councillor Division 1.
Good afternoon, Cammie Laird, Councillor Division 2.
Good afternoon, Darrell Alheed, Councillor Division 3.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6, and Reeve of Clearwater County.
Good afternoon, Michelle Swanson, Councillor Division 7, Deputy.
Good afternoon, John Vandermeer, Councillor for Division 4.
Hi, Kelly. I believe you know me.
Hi, Teresa.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And Kelly, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to join virtually. I really appreciate you taking the time. Tracy indicated you have a really full agenda today, so I will make this short. I think you can see my screen. I'm not sure if you can see me. I was able to present to council last year, so the presentation hasn't changed a lot, but we do have some updates in the office in terms of what we've been up to and some of the new initiatives that we've been doing. Community Futures Central Alberta is located in Red Deer. My name is Kelly Kierluk. I am the general manager of the organization. I started my position in October of 2018. I've been with Community Futures Central Alberta since 2009. As long as I've been with the organization, we've always had municipal representation from Clearwater County. Most recently, Councillor Teresa Lang has sat on our board of directors, and we're very grateful and very happy to have Teresa's participation, and we're happy to have Clearwater County's representation. We're very grateful, and thank you for the contributions that you've made to our organization. Community Futures is a federally funded program. It's funded by Western Economic Diversification. There are 269 Community Futures offices across Canada. There are 27 Community Futures offices in Alberta, and we operate within regional boundaries. We're currently a staff of 5 people. We have a very large geographical region that we serve from our organization. And we are trying to have representation in the west part of our region. We have some new strategic directions from our board of directors to focus on the Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County area, and we have been pretty successful and impactful in the region within the last couple of years. So again, grassroots program, we provide business loans, training, coaching, and we support community economic development projects within our region. We are governed by a volunteer board of directors. Currently, we have 8 board members, one of them being Teresa, representing Clearwater County. We also have 4 members at large. So we are always actively recruiting new board representation for our organization. I don't know if you can see this map here, which represents our geographical area. It's an old map. Our funder is working to provide us with a new map with some more detail, but you can see here Rocky Mountain House, Alhambra, Caroline, Ochese First Nation, Sunchild First Nation, all the way west to Nordegg. Our purpose is to empower entrepreneurs. Our focus is on small business, which is key sources of economic growth. We find that small businesses are more flexible and responsive than big business, and they create employment amidst layoffs. If they're well managed, they can seize opportunities. So essentially, we assist the small businesses that the banks can't serve, particularly startup businesses and businesses looking to expand that may not have the historical the historical financial results or the historical background that traditional lenders look for. We look at management ability. We look at the client's character, and we look at a business plan that makes sense and fits within the region for economic development and job creation and business creation within the region. Just a little bit of what we do. We assist clients with business planning. We offer small business loans up to $150,000 to start, expand, or buy another small business. We offer one-on-one business coaching. We have different training programs that we implement. We offer workshops, and we partner with other organizations within the ecosystem for different initiatives and projects. So essentially, we say yes when traditional lenders say no. We provide customized, affordable loans from $500,000 to $150,000. We're known for having flexible qualification criteria. We take a broader view of the client's assets and income, the skill set, than the banks do traditionally. We have an Entrepreneurs with Disabilities program. We've won provincially. We've won awards 2 years in a row for how we manage our Entrepreneurs with Disabilities program. We were able to assist 14 clients our last fiscal year in the 2019-2020 fiscal year, and we assisted them by way of around $28,000 in non-repayable funds to assist them with their business skills. Economic development. Essentially, we have been partnering with organizations within our ecosystem in Central Alberta for over 30 years. Other nonprofits, provincial and federal governments, municipal governments to build a sustainable environment for Alberta entrepreneurs. And I'll speak a little bit about some of the initiatives that we are working on right now. Community Future Central Alberta Indigenous Women Entrepreneur Program. It is the Maskasiu Women Entrepreneur Startup Program. That's part of the federal government's Women Entrepreneur Strategy, which was, I think, $2 billion strategy that they announced in 2018. Their goal is to double women-led businesses in Canada by 2025. So we were lucky enough to be a recipient of funding the Maskasiu program. Maskasiu is Cree for Strong Woman. It will be held out of the Rocky Native Friendship Center. I'm sorry, they've changed their name. I can't pronounce their name. Formerly, the Rocky Native Friendship Center. And they're our partner, and that program will launch in September of this year, and will run until March of 2023. We have a COVID-19 response plan to the current pandemic that we're in, and we have partnered with Central Alberta Economic Partnership, Central Alberta Access Prosperity, the City of Red Deer, and we are offering a regional resilience series. It's a series of workshops on navigating our current environment, assisting business in adapting to new ways of doing business, implementing new resources, and growing in the new normal. So we launched that. We kind of built it as we were flying the plane, essentially, and we are in the second stage of adapting. The first series in navigating, we had more than 400 participants in the workshop series that we offered April through June, and the adapting series will begin in September. We'll also be launching a Smart Start Early Entrepreneur Program that will be launching either late 2020 or early 2021, and that is an early stage entrepreneur workshop series. It's an 8-month program, cohort-led or cohort-based, and led by partner organizations, as well as having a mentorship component to it. So that's what we're working on. We're also working on, and it's not on this slide, we're partnering with other Community Futures offices within Alberta on a succession matching project, and we're offering workshops on assisting business in valuation for their business and matching potential buyers for businesses that are looking to exit. As well as there's a component of assisting businesses who want to transition family members into ownership of their business. So it's a whole workshop series on creating succession plans for your business and creating a plan to exit from your business. Community Futures Central Alberta was a recipient of one of the federal government's COVID-19 economic response plan programs. One of the business supports that the federal government announced was the Regional Recovery Fund, and the Regional Recovery Fund was created to assist small businesses affected by COVID-19 with working capital through repayable loans. Repayable loans up to $40,000 that there's also a component of forgiveness, 25% forgiveness on the loans. So we received just over $1.2 million, and within 6 weeks we advanced all of those funds within our region. Within the Clearwater County and Rocky Mountain House region, we funded I think just under $180,000 within your region to assist businesses affected by COVID-19. I do have some statistics on the portfolio as of March 31st, 2019, which is the end of our fiscal year. In Rocky Mountain House and surrounding areas, we have $173,398 in our loan portfolio that we have advanced over the last year to assist businesses in Rocky Mountain House as well. So I guess I'll just, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer questions. I tried to make this short and sweet because, like I said, I know you have a pretty full agenda, which is why Tracy and I decided for me to present virtually, which isn't ideal. I have a lot of background noise. We have a lot of traffic going on here, so I'll try to answer questions if I can.
So any questions from council? Any comments? Yes. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have been taking quite a few of the webinar in regards to the Regional Resilience Series webinars. They've been excellent. I love the broad range of topics that have been presented going forward, and I just participated in your digital strategies one there last week. And again, going forward, I'm looking forward to what the new presentation will be come September. So kudos to you guys for getting all that organized. It's been well worth the hour that we sit on, or a little bit more. It's been good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, thank you for giving this presentation, Kelly. I'd ask Kelly to give the presentation. I'm unable to really report on our Community Futures meetings because most of the meeting is about ratification of loans, which is confidential. So Kelly's better to fill the council in on what Community Futures is all about. So thank you again, Kelly.
Thank you, Councillor Lang.
Kelly, as we are moving forward into hopefully a new phase of recovery after COVID, what do you see the biggest challenges for entrepreneurs? And, you know, Clearwater County, our industry is oil and gas and agriculture primarily. And we have been talking for years about what we can do to diversify things. What recommendations do you have for municipalities and what we can do?
I think for municipalities, I think that a true entrepreneur is, the industry doesn't matter. When you're an entrepreneur, you find ways to create opportunities for yourself. So I think innovation is going to be the new normal. for entrepreneurship. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs who were heavily reliant on the industry in your area are looking to diversify, and they're looking for innovative ways to be entrepreneurs. So yeah, I think just the focus on innovation, and we have a really good support system in Central Alberta through the Red Deer College Centre for Innovation, the Olds College for Centre for Innovation, and we work closely with them. And when clients are looking for opportunities for any support or guidance in any sort of innovative realm or manufacturing realm or anything like that, we have a really good ecosystem of support for those clients. When I first started with Community Futures in 2009, a large portion of our portfolio, our loan portfolio, was in the Rocky Mountain House area. I know last year when I presented to council, we didn't have any loans in the Rocky Mountain House area. So we have been seeing opportunity to help clients in that area. We did assist a client in the cannabis industry within your area of our region. So, and again, that client was in oil and gas, and they saw an opportunity, and we were able to assist them in the cannabis industry. It's not a retail operation. And then, you know, to assist and to foster entrepreneurship on a basic level. And I think the Maskasiu Indigenous Women Entrepreneur program will just create capacity and knowledge to your area just to support entrepreneurship, and just to introduce it as a viable alternative and a viable option and a viable opportunity if they have the supports and the training available to them. So that's what we're here to do. As far as, you know, I think we just have to be open to innovation, and we have to be open to provide that support and resources to those clients.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Could I have a councillor please move that we accept this information as presented? Councillor Lang? Oh. How about we will vote on this motion, then we'll have an authorization. That works, or do we have to? Okay, so the motion to accept this information, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Now a motion to allow electronic participation. Councillor Vandermeer. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
And thank you again to Clearwater County for allowing me to present. And I look forward to seeing you in the community.
Excellent. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
So a motion to lift item 8.1 off the table. Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries.
And continuing on in the prioritization stage, I think we've covered the prioritization stage. Again, there's flexibility here. The prioritization in some cases was based on previous kind of budget allocation, so we were trying to chunk some of them in. Some of them had more of an urgency than others. So with the onslaught of budget, onslaught of grants, again, the compression can take place. We're looking to design for this project over the course of the winter. So that's one of the biggest priorities for us. So we have that those alignments in place for the springtime. Again, just going over the cost dispersion and showing the 80%, 15%, and 5% kind of structure that has followed a lot of the projects in terms of deployment on new startups or whatever. And just going over the initial cost right now for where we see the costs lining up right now is about 82% for deployment, 13% for the equipment and infrastructure, and 5% for the operations is still on the table there, okay, for the overall project. Now, the 82%, just to give you a little bit of background on that, again, we looked at the savings on the bridge, we looked at savings at different other places, so this is going to swing back to 80 to less than 80, okay, so that dispersion will kind of fall back into place as we move forward. Okay. Again, we're just looking at the points of presence. We're looking at the physical points of presence, which are small shelters or buildings. This is for infrastructure sharing as well. This is also being used for the different electronics components that are going in. Again, interconnection points or demarcation points with ISPs, and it's also being used for what they call BBU hotels for the actual wireless. So we can disperse towers or sites within 20 kilometers of that site and have the actual radio units in the, or baseband units in the shelter. So we don't need power at different locations as such, or the infrastructure. This is the capital expenditures for the routes.
Excuse me, Tim?
Sure.
Councillor Laird.
I'm wondering if I'm reading a typo where it says the point of presence for the town of Rocky Mountain House is 300, is that square feet, or 3,000 square feet? Should it read 300?
No, the actual 3,000 square feet was just an estimate, okay, in terms of the final designs in place. It was just an estimated size. But when you put in infrastructure sharing, okay, where you have an main interconnection point, where you have the, you'll have the meeting room, you'll have the NOC environment, which is for testing and verification, points of proof of concept kind of structure. You'll have the power aspect, and you'll probably have a tower as well there. So that core network for the wireless will be located there as well. So those are, once this is final design, then we'll have the actual square footage for it.
And that's our CO.
That will be the central office, yes.
So, supplementary question, does that mean that we'd be potentially looking for another property? Or is there a building that we already have that's suitable?
We don't have a building that's suitable yet unless we build on this property, which I don't know is feasible from the measurements. So no, we would look into probably a separate building of some sort for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
I guess my comment is along the same lines as Councillor Liard's. I have a question here from a constituent. Why do we need a 1,003,000 square foot building for equipment in the Rocky Pop to support 10 tower LTE network? What equipment will go in there? And I've talked to this person, and the CBF committee in the past, they could have got a small room out of the school division, so for nothing. So this is the question that's coming from the community.
Okay. Do you want to take that? Or?
Well, okay, the 3,000 square foot here, Rocky Mountain House you're talking about? Okay. The point of that is the infrastructure sharing, where those smaller shelters are not for infrastructure sharing. They're for their own base equipment, ISPs or whatever. They have their own equipment to head end or front end. This is for, again, an main interconnection point on fiber. So we have the ODF, sort of optical distribution frame section. We have power backup power systems. We have our own data center, okay, which will house our core for wireless, okay? It'll also handle the, what they call a dense wave division multiplexing equipment for our use there. It will house a NOC environment, okay, for our own purpose, for our own proof of concept, monitoring of the network as well at our own location. It'll offering training facilities for people coming in and learning new splicing techniques, then wireless techniques, so on and so forth, and meeting rooms as far as that is concerned too as well. So in an ISP, their shelters are built for a smaller component, smaller back-end component. It's not built for this purpose. This is a central office for a much larger stake.
Count.
Yeah, also, to carry sort of on that conversation, if we have 2 or 3 different ISPs into our infrastructure, we have to encapsulate them so that they can't see the other person's equipment. So if company X comes in, they can't tamper with, see, or touch that company's equipment. So we'd have company A, B, C, D, etc. in that place. So we have to have separate entrances. We have to have security in place so that they can run their business without interference from, or the possibility of interference from somebody else. So those little things take up space to do. So you almost duplicate. You could be duplicating equipment 3 or 4 times, but it still has to be private and secure for those companies to run. Thanks.
Okay, Tim.
Continue, Tim.
All right, so this is the route combined with the route segments combined with the electronics and points of presence and the cost that comes out of this. Each segment, you can see where we grouped it on according to the actual, in some cases, the actual budget that was kind of forecasted year to year. So we try to lump them in, try to keep them into that and try to prioritize them in terms of the other benefits. As we go forward, if we move forward with the complete budget, then again, they can be compressed, okay? This is the wireless component. Okay. We're forecasting 10 sites initially, and to move forward and extend in past. So we're looking at setting these up in different segments throughout the backbone architecture, and we'll see a summary of that as we come forward. Where the initial towers we're looking at placing. Now that's not in the final design, that's just an estimate right now, but forecasting 10 sites and at that cost. There's a summary we've seen earlier with a breakdown of the cost.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Just before you move forward, I'd like to back you up to the previous slide there, wireless fixed broadband access points. You're talking about 10 sites? When I looked at the map, it seemed like a lot of those sites were similar to where there'd be towers today by TELUS and others. Not exactly, but certainly with the range of coverage, a lot of it would be similar coverage. So, 2 questions. How much improved level of service will a customer receive off of one of these new towers? And what will be the cost? Will it be the same? Will it be more, or will it be lower than what they now pay to TELUS, CCI, ExplorerNet, or others?
Again, let's see if the ISP's leasing the infrastructure that we provide in terms of the wireless. It could be lower because there's no infrastructure for them to put in. We'd get a percentage of that. It would offer at least a 50-10, okay, in terms of service, which is the CRTC recommendation. The type of situation is 2-sector, we can have 4-sector, we can have the coverage up to 20 kilometers. We're going to be proving that in different locations and trialing them. So it'll give better coverage or the same coverage as a cellular, but we're not mobile, we're fixed in terms of that. So we actually get a bigger footprint, more stable footprint than a mobile.
But today, a TELUS tower, I'm on the TELUS hub, some of us here are also on the TELUS hub. Nobody gets 5010.
No, not on their backhaul.
Or anywhere close to it.
Yeah.
So, then I guess the other point on the 5010, and I believe we need to talk about this planning session, hopefully coming up in September. But 5010 is totally inadequate. So therefore, if we're duplicating in any way the type of service that we see today, we don't need or want to do that.
No. I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree 100% with you. The cellular, when you look at this, they don't have fiber going out to Nordic or in those areas. They're backhauling through microwave, which hasn't got the capacity to offer the bandwidth. If we're connecting onto our backbone fiber, you've got the capacity. It's the radio types and the channels you have, spectrum you have, that makes the difference.
And then when you look at the segments, I think you have identified the segment that is certainly most important here, and that's to complete the loop. We now have TELUS, Shaw, SuperNet, all coming out from Red Deer, and we have SuperNet and others going south from Caroline. So we're missing that link between Rocky Mountain House and Caroline. So I'm very pleased to see that that is your first major project, and extending on to Olds, I have no trouble with that. But then you have a complete loop. You have access to the other fibers coming to Rocky Mountain House. So you have a loop, you've built in the redundancy, you've done something that's really important. And I would suggest and ask if you have any alternative views, but that particular link going to Caroline firstly, but even continuing on, would seem to me to be the most fundable from a CRTC perspective. It's something that's truly missing in our communities. So I would certainly think that that could be something that needs to be shovel ready, and that you stand an excellent chance of, would hopefully stand an excellent chance of getting some funding support. The other link that isn't there, truly is not there, and is the one to Nordegg. That's completely new territory. The other ones, even Condor, along the highways, we have cell service along the highways, and probably aren't quite as standalone. So I think some of the priorities are maybe a little bit off. As I've mentioned, the link through the Buster Creek Road, I think, is very important, because I guess I would like to see the opportunities for funding at the federal level firstly, and then at the province maximized, obviously. But we need that leverage, and I think you're trying to do that.
Design, it goes in with the grant applications. So that's the important factor, you're right. I mean, in terms of the universal broadband fund that's coming out shortly, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get that design in place so we can actually leverage that.
And the UBF, that is coming out soon. You got to be ready. I guess there's one other thing I would mention, and that is, I think we're kind of short on true end user service here, and I think the final mile, I think that UBF fund, the next go, will probably include some final mile work, and that's the next and most, I would say, the most difficult thing to complete in an area of low population. So I would submit and suggest that we also need a significant pilot program for the final mile also ready to go. Because when I see what's happened here, you know, and I don't believe that Red Deer County was complete in all their details, but when you have, when you're using your own right-of-ways, I think there's a lot of assumptions you can make that you can put all of the permits together very easily. And that may be somewhat different than going down some of the provincial highways, which is they're also very cooperative, but we have places and opportunities to use some of our own right-of-ways, and certainly in the final mile we'd have great opportunity to do that. So if we had something ready, it'd be good. Just a comment.
Branch routes or the mid-mile branch routes are definitely in the thought process. So in terms of where we're going, so it's prioritizing those into the next stage. So,
Councillor Lang.
Tim, I think I remember in a workshop, a previous workshop, there's a lot of talk about using this WiMAX technology, and I see that the thought process has kind of changed here by looking at that, which I believe is a good thing because LTE is newer. So I'm wondering how that was switched over from WiMAX to this LTE. But also I have a comment here that I'm going to read to you, and I want you to comment on it. Yes, WiMAX has been dead for a while and LTE has replaced it. However, LTE is already a mature product and failing in its ability to meet increasing customer expectations. The lifespan of an LTE network may not exceed 5 years. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I'm not sure where that's coming from, but LTE is 5G. LTE is long-term evolution of wireless. That's what it stands for. And it's moving forward very rapidly, actually, and improving and evolving. And that's why 5G is centered around it, and they've isolated a ban for LTE for IoT, Internet of Things, separately from actual mobile and for fixed. So yeah, something could come up in 5 years. I'm not going to deny that because I've been in this business for a long time, so.
Sorry.
Nope.
We can't use 5G out in the county.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying LTE is being developed for 5G as well. Okay, so that enables 5G. That's what it's all about. So it's just at a different frequency, different spectrum. The LTE is there. LTE takes in a broad swath of different technology, spectrum technology. Okay, for 5G covers from Internet of Things right across to fixed broadband, to mobile, to high frequency broadband as well. It's going to be around for some time. I've seen a lot of different technologies. I've gone from AMPS, CDMA, TDMA technology. I've gone GSM technology and all the way through it. And I've seen them go up and down and up and down. Yes, something could come up, but in the development stage, LTE is being developed far much higher than any other technology on the wireless side. So 5 years, yes, could be. I'm not going to deny that. It could be dissolved over a new technology discovery. But right now, 3GPP in Europe, North America, LTE is what it's all about. And that's being deployed all over the world. Okay?
Councillor Duncan.
Okay. So the projects are phases of 4 and 6, which are the ones to other counties, basically to Highway 22 up to Brazeau and then Highway 22 to Lacombe. I'm a little hesitant here, just not really fully understanding that at this point they're kind of dead ends because we don't know or haven't had any response from these other counties as well. Like it's, especially the one going north, there's, you know, we have very few people, very few businesses up that way. That would be and I'm okay with having it on the list. It's just I'm a little hesitant to do too much design and application here without having a little better understanding of what other counties might get into as well.
And that's agreeable. I mean, in terms of the sporadic population going up there, the farms and that, it's to maybe produce an agri-tech kind of structure for some of those farms going up there at this time. providing them some kind of coverage in terms of the wireless off the backbone. It also gives us time to actually start talking to the other counties and start looking at future development in that area. So the design will be there, but that's why they're towards the end of the phases, not at the beginning of the phases. That's why they're not prioritized as such, right off the bat. So it gives us some time to actually move into that section.
Right.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just a comment in response to Councillor Duncan. I agree with you. There's a sparse population in business, but there is a lot of industry up there, and a lot of industry may be our main client when it does come up to that area. So yes, as far as population, it's not, but industry would probably be jumping on that to enhance their security, monitoring, data collecting, whatever else that they would need. So anyways, there's that end of the spectrum as well. So we're part of the spectrum. Thank you.
There too, I agree. By having it up there too, it entices businesses to move up there in those areas. So that's another factor. Okay, so again, the summary for the costs. Again, the operational costs are spread over the 3 to 6 years. Okay, we're hoping that's offset with the revenue, the leasing revenue that comes in. One of the questions too was, what does wireless offer us? Okay, in terms of, I think it was in the last session, to put down some of the wireless benefits. So some of the wireless benefits that we're looking at too for residential business located off the core backbone. So non-line of sight. So this is a technology we're looking at. This is a non-line of sight technology. It doesn't need direct line of sight actually to function specifically for that kind of band. It's an aggregative kind of spectrum, the way it is, and I can explain the technology maybe a little later, but it's a very resilient technology that's being used or considered. Utilizing licensed spectrum, we're just, actually it was just funny, I just applied for spectrum last week. And we just got the ruling on that spectrum that we were looking for, and we look like it's going to be pushed through. We're trying to get that through. So, yeah, and it's because that's side was a moratorium coming on it next Friday, so we managed to get in just in time to get a big chunk of that in the region. So that's a real plus, a real bonus. They're also looking at development stages for the 3.5 gigahertz, which is going into auction next June. But there's some set aside for actual rural and remote locations for sections of that bandwidth. So we're looking at that right now through a letter of intent to get a big chunk of that or a piece of that so we can aggregate those two.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, just a question on, applying for spectrum. Spectrum is a big business that the government's selling off spectrum for dollars. So when you apply for spectrum, because you're just a small player in the world, does that mean you have some kind of a special deal, you get it for very low cost, or are you going to have to put up big dollars to use this?
It's set aside for use for the small regions.
I know there's some set aside, but you mean it's for free?
No, the spectrum cost isn't a fraction of what the auction is. It's a very small amount, okay? And that's what we're trying to find out right now, exactly what's. So we'll get that to you and let you know. Yeah. But it's not, we're not involved in the auction by any way, shape, or form. So,
Councillor Laird.
Excuse me. When we're considering, I apologize, when we're considering multiple businesses along Highway 598 and the need for access, and in particular, I think about one of the presentations that we had very recently from Mr. Bunch. He was looking for access to fiber because he's currently creating where he has his documents on a stick and then taking it to Grand Prairie. Is there opportunity there for that type of a business to get access to fiber? Because there's multiple businesses along Highway 598, and I see this as a wireless solution for those businesses, which won't help them directly. And quite frankly, that individual sat in this council and said that it was priority for him and his business, amongst others. We know there's others in the community. So would the storefront do something? How can they access that fiber to help improve their business?
Well, that would come down to our initial design through the network, and if we had other people, coming to us, we can certainly look at and hopefully move those directions. But there's significant costs to going kilometers in areas, so we'd have to sort of almost review it each time to see, what as a county we can enable the local ISPs or any ISP to enable that end user to work with that. So it's a hard question because you're going to miss certain commercial places as you go by, and you're going to gain some too. So if maybe it's something that and if this does pass, that we should go out a little bit to the public and businesses and ask their feedback a little bit on that too, just to see what we can help. A little more feedback. Sorry.
Yes.
If that.
And I appreciate that, because it was my understanding with some of our preliminary work, well over a year and a half or so ago, that was a route that, from a commercial perspective, that was desirable to our commercial endeavors and entrepreneurs in our area. So I just don't want to see that lost in the mix. And especially after having Mr. Bunch sit here and tell us it's something that he desperately needs to help his business be as successful as possible. And as the Economic Development Council, I believe that's our role then to play. And I guess those are just my comments, not to lose that in the shuffle.
I couldn't agree. I mean, as we move forward into the design, if we go forward with this project, and we go forward with the design this winter, for the whole project, for instance, we will need to look at not a pre-sale or a pre-connect or a requirement from businesses, from the public, or whatever, to facilitate this design even further. I mean, it's not in isolation, this design. It's to make sure Ferrier, we never had much of a chance to really, it was such a short route, but we were looking at it from a different angle, a different side, and more of a concept route or a trial route kind of thing. And we did as much as we possibly could to get those points in, strategic points in for connection. But for this next stage, that is a good possibility, is actually going forward and getting the business input. So that'll help. Yes.
Okay, Tim, continue with the presentation.
The wireless side, we've stated approximately 14 to 20 kilometers off the backbone. Looking at the different segments, that can be extended even further from tower to tower to tower, and we could backhaul from there. If that requires, extending the distance off that backbone even further for the time being. It gives quick access to the internet, okay? While the other plans. Fiber takes a little longer to put in, a little longer to plan, but the wireless will give the opportunity to get the broadband out there quickly. And it can be redeployed, which is a nice thing, okay? So it's not a loss of revenue, it's actually facilitates coverage in newer areas faster. Okay, that's the main objective here. Wireless can provide emergency service access to unified emergency communications. The infrastructure sharing on those towers we're intending can house different service suppliers, service providers. Okay, mobile service providers. It can It can have locate service providers. It can have agri-tech service providers on those towers. So it's not just strictly for broadband based, okay? So all these different things can come into play off the wireless towers. And we get a leasing portion of that as well. So that's why we're building those POPs, points of presence or shelters, to accommodate infrastructure sharing, okay? But right now, just going back for the, just a quick note on the,
Tim, excuse me, Councillor
oh, sorry.
You're mentioning that we could offer some of these towers for cellular service as well, you're saying? I guess I'm very concerned about that, given that the major players have their own towers in most of the areas. And again, I would restate that the line to Nordegg here is an area where nobody has proper towers set up, and there's a good opportunity for doing exactly what you're saying. But if you're counting on any revenue from TELUS or Bell, or Rogers for that matter, on the local area that is covered, Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, East, I don't see it.
No, we're not going to get it from those guys, no. Not from those.
So who are you going to get it from?
Rogers has to come in there. If we go up to Nordic, for instance, with the towers, Rogers may use the towers. We're just leasing space on it. They're providing their own. If they want to lease the space on our backbone, that's a plus for them at a lower cost, so they can provide a service. So now people have an option when they go up in those areas for mobile services. Right now, you're kind of locked into one service.
Yep, you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. For parks and campsite, I mean, there's been some issues dealing with, was it Buckhorn location? Bighorn, sorry. In terms of the security and in terms of all these different things that are going on out there. This may help provide some kind of monitoring or security services out there and capabilities for those locations, which may be a positive. I look at things from many different angles. Where there's a will, there's a way to manage those areas through a wireless structure, and that's a good point for that. So, and that's not just for there; that's for different other places. We're asking to provide coverage to parks, campsites, tourist areas. Again, we provide that service. You can provide prepaid service, not for us, but a retail service provider can provide that kind of service, prepaid service. So all the people coming in can get a unit for their RVs or campers or cars or whatever. And when they're parked, they can have broadband service at so much per week, so much per month, whatever they want. So it's kind of a unique service there. And we'll separate that from the actual static or fixed broadband. So they make sure that we maintain their service. Again, tower infrastructure sharing is an opportunity there. And again, I mentioned agri-tech is one, IoT, Internet of Things, security monitoring, location-based services. There's a potential to improve mobile services. There's holes in different mobile maybe sectors that they just won't put up another tower or fix it. So this may help alleviate that. Okay. For existing and new customers, we can extend out to, for the ISPs to extend out to new customer service base quickly. Okay, so this is kind of a high-level view of the tower structure, what we're looking at in terms of the locations at this time. So it'll come down to final design to make sure we have the most coverage, covering the most people on those towers. So end-to-end solution, the beta testing, that's something, Farrier, that Farrier segment can offer us. We have to prove things from end to end in terms of how we're going to do it, in terms of working with the ISPs, in terms of the billing, in terms of how we're going to route things, how they're going to set it up, all the procedures and processes that go in for each type of service or functionality. So that's got to be all ironed out and all put into a process or a procedure kind of format. Okay, so when we sign up, contracts have to be arranged, okay, for each of the signups. So all these things have to come into play and how we set it up and how we do it. So this is a good piece for that while we get the other pieces going. Okay? And core backbone, post-production. Again, this opens up a lot of possibilities, opens up a lot of ideas. The abilities there, the capability, the environment, the infrastructure, the foundation is there to make a lot of these things happen and start planning further extension into these things. So one, prioritize further construction of branch routes. We were talking about that. So there's a lot of people, there's a lot of requirements, there's a lot of businesses that require internet down to their sections and good service. So for us to, let's say, manage the quality of the network and the infrastructure, that's something that has to be decided as we go forward. And we will have some plans out to you at a later date in terms of going over it in terms of a workshop environment and dealing with that. So, okay. We're existing in new ISPs, RSPs, IoT service providers, et cetera, that test and implement what I mentioned, end-to-end service, okay? Working with consortiums and counties, as we mentioned, going to the borders, well, we still have to take the next step in terms of engaging them. With all this money on the table for grants, that's something that they can buy into as well. And if we can get this connected, that's even stronger for us, okay? So enhanced services, standardizing operations, lowering the cost for fiber deployment because it's a broader project, and lowering the cost for operations of that network if it's standardized. So, I mean, in terms of spare parts, costs, everything else, it's all, standard training, everything goes into place. Unified operation structure, we got that. Okay, building independence, control in the regions, telecommunications sector. I think that's important for this county and the other counties as well. Economic development and future growth, and providing a diverse economic growth, which is this is supportive of. So anyway, that's what I have, and we let Cam take over for.
I don't take instructions well. So we've got what we heard report, and it's been given to you, and so we've spent a little time throwing around whether we should read it to you or not, and I think it's well worth the effort. Michael's done a ton of work on this, and it's a well-written report, and I appreciate all the work. So there might be some questions I'll probably throw to him, but you can hear me talk. I'm just going to go over it basically. I'm not going to read every word. But our background for the broadband project is council has directed that we provide further information, public gathering, and all this with this report. So what we did, we went out, we put it on, posted on local papers, Facebook, Twitter, to get a better understanding of what people in this area would like and be comfortable with going ahead. So what we actually heard back, and I've reiterated this on the first few slides, but with this was there was 21 responses, and most of them were very supportive, 76% as a matter of fact, 16 of 21 supportive, and what it really looks like is what we should probably do in the future is always keep this comment board open and sort of parse out that information as we go forward for the next years, not just close it down and have one opinion. I think it's something we should keep moving forward with people's comments and things. It keeps an open conversation with everybody in the area, and I think it's a good, transparent way of using it. So I'll go to the second page here with our stoplight. Basically, just reiterates that, and this is what's we're gonna post on the web quite shortly. I don't know if you've posted it or?
Not yet, no.
Not yet, probably in the afternoon, very shortly. And people's concerns and sort of people's rough comments that we're gonna answer via the FAQ after this. It'll take a couple days to get that FAQ out. There was, you know, for 21 respondents, there were still a lot of questions, which is fantastic. We really heard we desperately need high speed, and we want it to move quicker and quicker, and connecting remote areas. Those were the real further thing after, you know, us living through this COVID experience. We know that e-education, just when you're living at your home, you know, once in a while you like to sit and watch Netflix and, you know, relax. There's been a lot of stressful situations for people. So just to have better viability for the internet in the area and the economic development. Well, we really don't have to explain that too much. In this area, we need more development. We need the opportunity for broadband to put us forward. At least it's something that somebody passes by us and says, there's no broadband or there's no internet in the area. We don't even want to look. If we have something in this area, at least it makes us more attractive to the options of different businesses. So there's that. So, and another couple things we've heard, very excited to hear, what's the timeline? And we've shown this. We've got, you know, some feedback saying this has been painfully slow process. We've been at it for quite a while. And there's concerns that we've got, and I'll read, by the time it's completed, it'll be out of date. Well, fiber optics is generally a 50-year solution. It's the electronics at either end of the fiber that will be outdated over time, 5 years, 10 years, but those can be replaced. It's the stuff in the ground that has a long-term viability. So fiber's not going anywhere, absolutely. Lower satellites, wireless, for good connectivity, rely on fiber. Fiber's the heartbeat of the solution. So wireless technology and satellite technology, will they become redundant? Absolutely. Eventually, but something new will come along. It always does. Technology moves at a hyper speed now. So the questions of what we asked, how will the county work with the ISPs? That's one of the questions we worked with, and that's something we're working on and something that we're sort of learning as we go with the Farrier project. And if this project goes forward, we'll be able to engage the ISPs in a better fashion to deal with them. Not deal with them, to really deal with them. We want to be partners with them. We don't want to hinder them. We want to enable them. So we have to put in place, I don't want to call it certifications, but they should have business licenses in place. They should have certain, you know, prerequisites to being able to talk to us, stuff like that. How we were going to cover remote areas. Well, a bit of the onus is the county, but we still run into last mile. Some of it has to be the ISPs. We can't build everything and just give it to them. There's solutions that we're going to have to work with the ISPs to, you know, lessen their cost, but they still have to have a little interest in it. Whether it's going to work that way, that's another thing that we're going to have to learn as we go. What's the estimated cost to the taxpayers? Well, the estimated cost is $21 million over 5 years. Whether that comes out of reserves or whatever, that's not my area of expertise. How will campers and visitors be able to access the network? Well, we would plan on putting towers in the area, or there's actually different systems that you can actually have, believe it or not, a mobile tower. And we could put that in the area. For example, say the rodeo comes to town, and we can bring out a tower, hook it into our fiber, and sell one-day tickets or two-day tickets. That's just a way of recouping some losses in money. I think I'm done on this paper, and I think I've done that, and we will be posting this on the internet shortly, hopefully, if I let Michael go. Is there any questions for me or Michael?
Can we have a 5-minute, well, we will be having a 5-minute break to stretch our legs, refill the coffee cups, and then we'll get back to the discussion on this item. So 2:18, I'll bring the meeting back to order.
Okay, good afternoon, Council. So what I'd like to do is bring this back around to the agenda item and our staff recommendation that Council approves the core backbone project 2020 to 2025 as listed below. And section 2, that we cancel the request for proposals to enhance broadband connectivity in Nordegg and Condor Public Services Building. Thank you.
Michael, your light is on. Do you have a comment? No? Okay.
Oh, your button's on.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I'd like to comment. I think that maybe we have a bit too many phases in here to say we're going to approve it at this time. And I think Councillor Duncan made the point about particularly the one to Lacombe on Highway 12 and also the one to Wetaskiwin. And I made the comment about you shouldn't go to Wetaskiwin first, you should go via the Buster Creek Road, and it would be far more viable. So there's a couple of little alterations there, but also the idea of canceling the connection, the effort to Nordegg. I think that would be a mistake, and if we knew we were going ahead with the fiber to Nordegg in 2021, I would say yeah. But under this schedule, you're showing 2024. And I think that's just way too long. We need an interim solution. And this is actually the case in a fair amount of what you're proposing here. You're talking wireless solutions off of fiber backbone. And I think that can be an interim solution in many areas. It's not the final solution. You need a far better solution longer term. So when I consider Nordegg, I think you need to do something there, and you need to do it right away. And that was the reason I made that motion, I think, back in
May.
Was it May?
May 10th.
Yeah, whenever it was, is that we have a sizable investment going on there in the downtown core. We have lots being sold. We have people trying to live there and function there. And waiting till 2024, I believe, is unacceptable. So with those couple of comments, maybe others would have comments on my remarks, but I think we need a couple of things to really kick off squarely, but there's a couple that even planning in this time frame, I think there will be other priorities come up ahead of some of this.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just a couple of comments. The first one, I want to reiterate what Cam has said before, and that was to continue with an open comment section on our website for public engagement. I think that's very important going forward. I like that idea, and we can continue to monitor those open comments, and whether you come back once a month or quarterly or whatever to give us an update of what those comments are going, or as priorities change. In regards to the phase list, I believe that this is a fluid list in itself as well, because of whether the grants come through at certain points, because you guys haven't been doing the applications, and the priority, and correct me if I'm wrong, the priority in approving this list is to get the overall design done this winter. So with that overall design, then we can, that is subject then to change the pieces around, but I'm okay with Councillor Vandermeer's suggestion to go up to Buster Creek, for example. That way I totally agree, get the First Nations connected, and, on that end of things, it's a priority. There's probably funds involved there that could be accessible, things like that. So going forward, I'm okay as it is today, knowing that we are going to get information and we can juggle those priorities as going forward as we get grants from the other CRTC and what did you say, UBO or whatever it was, or all these acronyms. Anyways, and so I'm fine with the list as outlined for now. So.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I'm okay with the list as long as they remain fluid and we can juggle them around. I agree with every comment Councillor Vandermeer has made and Deputy Reeve Swanson. At a workshop or strategic planning, I also mentioned how you have got to connect with these ISP providers, because if they're not on board, this is all for nothing. We've got capital costs of $21 million. We go ahead and do that and you can't get the ISPs on board. This is a waste. And I know you have not talked to them.
Yeah.
And this has got to be made so it works for them. And a lot of them have a lot of really good ideas and you need to involve them.
Oh, yeah.
So that's my comments right now.
Councillor Lang, yes, we will talk to them. We really didn't have any traction to talk to them before if this doesn't go forward. So we were just, you know, we can't talk to them on the same level. So we'd like to see, for sure we want to talk to the ISPs. And in the background, we do have contingency plans. If no ISPs come to the table, we would talk to the to the provider, ONET, and they could supply it, but we'd have to set up contracts and stuff like that, and it's quite intricate to do that. So we do have plans if nobody comes to the table to still continue on.
So with this capital cost at $21 million and operational costs over 3 or 4 years of $1.1 million, have you got any estimate of the revenues coming in?
Yeah, we have some estimates. That's where we're working from. I haven't got them with me, but we're estimating certain costs as such. And we can share that at a later date.
Okay.
Councillor Duncan.
In terms of shorter-term solutions in Nordegg, I remember years ago we were kicking that around a bit too, and I know that the microwave isn't going to give you the backhaul, but I also, from what my previous understanding was, and please correct me if you guys looked into it, but weren't there some equipment changes, even basic equipment changes that could be done on Mount Baldy to just provide a service, especially because you're going to zero at Nordegg a lot of times because there's so many people trying to access it there when it's busy out there.
We found with the RFPs that are still open that the respondents only gave us one solution, which was fiber. Which was a fiber optic play. Wasn't anything to do with increasing microwaves or anything. It was always a fiber optic play. It was never, or is never, any other solution. So for us, we would probably have to look at canceling the Nordegg one, and then we would have to go and talk to one of the vendors and probably foot the bill for whatever microwaves they would do, because they didn't even come to the table with us. So as an RFP, that's sort of was the direction that it's going. So it's really almost the same thing we're going to be doing at a little different costing. So it's a difficult thing to balance.
Good, that's something I did not know.
Yeah.
Who does, just more mentioning, who does owner provide the service for microwaves?
Supernet. Supernet.
That's part of their program.
It's part of their. Yeah, right now it's fully utilized, and it's utilized by us.
They have a small bandwidth.
Yeah, it's very.
Not only equipment, it's bandwidth as well. It's causing some issues with that.
That's the whole chain of microwave all the way back to
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that understanding.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you for providing us with a what we heard report. I really appreciate it. I like the way it looks. I like how it's put together, so well done. I'm happy to hear that we're going to continue with open comments coming in. The timing around this has been a bit of a challenge, and certainly COVID has thrown us a curveball that wouldn't allow us to get out in the community in any other way effectively. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the fall as people, I'll say, reconnect after summer. Ferrier Acres to Nordegg, I think, is going to be a critical piece for us. I'd like to see that moved up in the timeline as well, because I think it's important to that community. It's important to our economic development, especially with the amount of effort and energy that we're putting into the Nordegg commercial core. I think that that's going to be a combination that we need to have put together sooner rather than later. And it will also help those folks out there who's using that West Country in their connectivity for their safety. I think that's going to become important. As for going north to Brazeau, I certainly do see that there is, potential for businesses there, but I don't see that as being the priority as Nordegg is. And again, I will make my plug for the businesses along Highway 598 into over to Leslieville and Condor as well. I think that those are important not to lose in the mix. And I would say that they would almost come prior to that, especially given what we're hearing from local businesses. I'm looking forward to hearing how your expectation comes with connecting with the businesses. Are you anticipating that they're going to have to contact you? What's that expectation? Because I don't see them coming in as delegations.
No.
But I anticipate that we're going to have these businesses talking through our economic development officer and your IT department, so that we can figure out where these priorities are and get on top of them, because I certainly don't want to hamper our businesses any further than they already have.
Good point. Good point. I see that as sort of we would like them to respond and of course give us the questions and stuff, but I think we really have to, as a community, go out there and counsel themselves. You have great contacts. I think some of that's up to you, and some of it's definitely up to us. But I think also, as the network wholesaler that we've done in the Ferrier area, if another network wholesaler comes along for this different project, they should also be going out and looking for the business and driving that also. So there's 3 or 4 ways to attack this. I see it as we don't want to just sit back and wait for them to come. I think we should go to them. Thanks.
I guess that brings a supplemental maybe suggestion as reaching out from us to the Chamber of Commerce in all of the areas. We've got one in Rocky, one in Caroline, and one out in Nordegg. So I think that there's an opportunity there as well to reach out to the business community as quickly as possible. And I'm not sure what questions that you're asking of them to answer or need, but we know there's a need. So I think there's another option, an avenue to reach out to our business community.
Councillor Lang?
I just got an email from someone who's been watching this online council meeting. I'm going to read this and maybe you can comment. Hi Teresa, I've been watching the county online meeting today. You're probably aware of this regarding SuperNet being in Nordegg, or at least that is what was communicated back in 2016. Maybe it never happened. Do you know? If it is located there, can it be expanded?
So SuperNet is there via microwave, and it was used for the school at the time that was there. And as of now, the county uses it for our emergency services building, public works building, sewer building, and our museum that's there. That's all. There's some fiber there. It's not been used for public in any way. I think there's actually at the museum, there's a open access internet that we supplied, information technology supplied, and the locals use it quite a lot, which is perfect, is what it's for. For us to expand that, we did put an RFP out, and SuperNet didn't respond to that. So we probably have to go talk to them to see what we can do with that.
When did you put that RFP out?
On the we were asked on the 10th. I think we put it out
Just the beginning of June, I think it was. It was after you started, so say 3 weeks out, 1st of June, roughly.
And so they didn't respond, so you expect that they will not respond?
Well, no, we don't know. It's closed, so we don't expect them to respond. But we do, the other solutions that came forward in the RFPs were really good, but they were all fiber optics, not that. So if we close these RFPs and we put them to the bigger project and we maybe manipulate it or put Nordegg to the second project or whatever, then we could do it that way. But as for enhancing it, SuperNet's microwave, we would have to go to them and say, what can you do for us and how much money does it take?
Okay. Going to put a little plug in for Nordegg here. It's Tim, like I know you're new, but we are trying to grow Nordegg and families have left.
A few times, so I know the area. I know what the capabilities are, so it's...
They tried to start a school up, but they're just not enough. And so, yeah, this driving these kids for 3 hours in the bus every day is very hard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Okay, so the staff recommendation, the council approves the core backbone broadband project 2020-25 as listed below. I think we have to remember, if we do vote in favor of this, really the only two projects that are set in stone are phase one, which is already occurring, and money is being spent on that.
Yes.
And phase two, which is the planning for the construction work that's being done next year. Anything else after that, it's going to ultimately come down to council and the budget decision every year. So, yes, I believe there is flexibility in the plan in the later term. Would it be possible to move Nordegg up a year or two? Of course it is.
Absolutely.
But it's just getting the plan in place so we can start having the administration execute on that and keep the ball moving forward. Councillor Laird.
Prior to making a final motion, is there some way to build some wording into some flexibility here? We understand that phase one and phase two, as we see it, are priorities, but back to Nordegg and the importance of getting out there and being receptive to our business community. How do we work that in, into this motion so that we're not locked into only one way of doing this? Because right now it feels locked in to me, the way it's written. I just need to see that fluidity or ability to change built into this motion.
What if we added some words that said pending grant approval and council's priorities?
That may help.
Because if we want flexibility, we can just put a couple words in to give us that flexibility.
Yeah,
Tim?
You also have in there too, it can be compressed.
It can what?
It can be compressed based on budget
Yes.
and grants. So that flexibility is there.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, I agree with the general comments here about pending grant approval and council priorities, but I think we can tighten it up a little bit before that. From the comments I've heard and some of my comments as well, I think the phase one and phase two are obvious. I would suggest that we move phase 5 up to phase 3 and put phase 3 as phase 4, leaving then in conjunction with phase 4, which would be the Condor Highway 11 or 598, I think we need to keep at the same level the Buster Creek Ochese connection. That should not be left for left for uncertain timing. That is something that we need to move on right now. So what I'm trying to do in that ordering is to identify the projects that are most fundable from grants and go after that immediately, because that grant money, you need to line up for it right now. You've lined up for some of it, you need to line up for more of it, because in 2 or 3 years, who knows what it'll be. You got to strike while the iron's hot. And the most likely funding is the Caroline, the Nordegg, and the Buster Creek O'Cheese. Those are the 3 you got to go after. Everything else, set it aside. Get those 3 ready, is my personal view. And to the extent that we're uncertain about Nordegg, I like your suggestions about reaching out to SuperNet. Find out what it costs. Because if we're not going to get the grant money, and we need grant money to go to Nordegg, I think it's likely that we can get it. But if you have to wait 2 years before anything happens, you got to find a solution to that. So those are the comments somehow I'd like to see included in here.
Just a note, I mean, these phases are kind of serial. You can run a lot of these projects in parallel too. So that's a consideration as well. You don't have to just go in one direction, you can go in 2 directions. So and roll it out. So that's the benefit of the budget, as so to speak.
So is there a motion? Oh, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. An administrative suggestion could be, as well as keeping the identifiers of phase 1 and 2 for clarification, then behind that, removing the names of the phases, eliminate phase 3, 4, 5, the names, and just approve the rest of the identified projects in principle, if council's uncomfortable with the set in stone philosophy.
So is there a councillor who would care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Okay, I will motion that the council approves the backbone broadband project as of phase 1 and 2 is identified, and that phase 3 through 6 will be as per priority as grant funding becomes available, possibly compressed timelines pending grants as well, and council's priority.
I think we better hear that one back.
Make it sound nice.
Could you just say pending budget and priority?
Okay.
Yep.
Pending budget and
Identify all the grants.
So that council approves the core backbone broadband project 2020 to 2025 as listed below. Phase 1 in year 2020, Rocky Mountain House to Ferrier Acres. Phase 2 in year 2020-21, Rocky Mountain House to Caroline via Highway 22 at Range Road 54 to Sundry and Olds. And phases 3 through 6 to commence as provincial federal grant funding is available and as per council budget priorities.
Any comments on that motion? Okay, further discussion on that motion? I'll ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. The second staff recommendation that council cancels the request for proposals to enhance broadband connectivity in Nordegg and for access service from the Condor Public Services Building. Does any councillor care to make that motion? Councillor Duncan, so moves. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I again state that we shouldn't cancel the effort to get an interim solution for Nordegg. That is something that we should not cancel. Our administration would like to see talk with the SuperNet, find out what it takes. There have been some ideas generated in the past about what it would take to enhance this service, and I think we can dust those off and get it done. And it's not going to cost a lot of money. But if we find through our discussions through the granting process that Nordegg is going to be 3 and 4 years out, that's just simply unacceptable.
Councillor Lang?
I'd like to suggest that we postpone this motion for a little bit. Maybe staff can do a little bit of investigating on the micro link. And also the second part of this email that I just read to you, this person, and I sent it to you, Cam, and also to you, Rick. This person has said that they are aware of TELUS upgrading the tower on Baldy, but not sure on what that improvement will make. Maybe you could find out about these upgrades and see if that will help the folks out there in the meantime before we cancel this connectivity in Nordegg altogether.
Councillor Duncan.
The RFPs are closed for Nordegg, right? So that's kind of, and we didn't have anything, and Condor as well? That's
and Condor, they're closed, so we're gonna review, well, we've reviewed them and we can pick it, but they're all, not Condor, sorry, separate conversation, but Nordegg is all of fiber optics, so it's the big bill that we're asking for anyway. If we were to, so order of operations, I would think we would have to close the Nordegg RFP and then get a motion from council to explore with SuperNet enhancing the microwave. Okay. I think that would be a good sort of viable way of doing that. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Duncan, any?
That's acceptable. I think that gives us an opportunity to review that, yeah. Because it's basically we're closing the door on the current exploration, but looking down a different avenue.
Okay. So Councillor Vandermeer, you are moving that we canceled the 2 RFPs?
Jim actually made that motion, I think.
Okay.
We were canceling the 2 RFPs, but would ask administration to explore enhancing microwave service in Nordegg. And actually, I would just say service in Nordegg because there is an opportunity to ask TELUS what they're doing as well. So instead of restricting it to microwave, we'll just continue with service.
Cami or Councillor Laird?
I'm a little concerned with the council in both RFPs. It sounds like we only have maybe some of the information, at least that's what I feel like I have from the Condor one. Is there not anything that we can glean from that? I almost feel like they're smooshed together and they should be taken apart.
That's fair, they should be separated. The Condor one sort of, again, duplicates our efforts, and there is a couple wireless solutions there, but they are strictly built for the ISPs that are there. They don't go inside, they don't go along with our open access plans, and that the county would own the infrastructure. Does that help, or? Sorry. I can't say too much because they're open RFPs, right?
Yeah,
so I can't.
To me, the existing RFPs we sent out are closed, and
yes.
We did not find, or the responses did not meet the, if we were to look at them, they did not meet the tender requirements.
Yes.
So basically, if you want to explore again for something else in Leslieville, I think we have to start again with another RFP with some more direction. Another RFP with some more direction there. I think, following the process here, we need to close these because they were advertised for a certain length of time, and that time has passed. And the solutions, as far as I can tell without having seen them, but that the solutions are not within the parameters that we set out in the RFPs. So we have to revise here somehow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Are you satisfied, Councillor Laird?
I just trying to clarify, and I believe that helped a lot, Councillor Duncan. Just making sure that it's not creating a different liability because we're closing something. We simply have not met the intent of what we asked for.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
With our broadband policy in place that sort of goes with it. Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Councillor Duncan made it. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. I was going to attempt to further clarify. The proposals received from the RFP didn't meet council's intent of the RFP. So the ISP providers did not meet the intent of the philosophy of the document. The proposals came in contradicted. So they weren't deemed valid. Did that help, Councillor?
Okay. So any further discussion on Councillor Duncan's motion? Could we have that motion read back, Tracy?
That council requests that council cancels the request for proposals to enhance broadband connectivity in Nordegg and for access service from the Condor Public Services Building, and directs administration to explore enhanced services in Nordegg.
Further explore. That was our, sounds like our original one. It's not very close to the
Okay. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. I would like to move on from, we finished 8.1, we've completed 9.1. I would now like to move us into closed session for item 12.1 and 12.2. And upon completing the closed session, we'll come back to 10.1 and 11.1, 11.2. Is there a motion to move into a closed session? Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay. 4:35, we are out of closed session. Deputy Responsive, I believe you have one motion.
Thank you. I wish to make a motion that council sends a letter of support to RMA to continue the lobbying effort to the GOA, particularly Municipal Affairs, to develop a task force and to continue to offer solutions for the assessment review model, or assessment model review.
Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 10.1, Town of Rocky Mountain House request for proposal, regional governance structuring study. Mr. Emmons.
Hoven. So this agenda before council, council received from the town of Rocky their request for proposal for its review. Staff recommendation: the council reviews the town of Rocky Mountain House draft request for proposal, regional governance structuring study, and provides comments. So the background before council today: the town of Rocky Mountain House, interested in pursuing a regional governance structuring study as indicated in the attached letter dated February 18th of this year, applied for the ACP grant from Municipal Affairs. On February 3rd, Clearwater County also submitted an application for the same grant funding as per request by Village of Caroline to conduct a study for Village of Caroline, Clearwater County amalgamation study and action plan in partnership with the village. At council's March 10th regular meeting, discussion took place on the town's suggestion to conduct a single study with the town, county, and village to determine suitability of amalgamating the three municipalities with the following resolution, and this was what was carried. Motion by Councillor Cammy Laird that council does not agree with the town of Rocky Mountain House's proposal to apply for full regional amalgamation study funding as outlined in their letter of February 18th. And at that time, the county wishes only to proceed with a study for county and village amalgamation, and that the Reeve is to provide a letter with further details on the decision to the regional partners. April 6th letter is attached to this agenda. Clearwater County recently received notification from the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, July 28th and August 7th letters are also attached, of the decision to approve funding for the town's application, and as a result, not approving funding for Clearwater County's application. Consequently, the town is moving forward with the process for an RFP, which is also attached, for a consultant to perform the study and submits a draft request for the county's comments and or suggestions prior to releasing on August 28th. For council's information, the final attachment is an article from the news from Alberta Council that provides insight into the municipal amalgamation process in Alberta. And the attachments described are on this agenda for council's information. Should council have any questions, I would gladly entertain them at this time.
Any comments from council? Councillor Laird.
I actually have a question. Was anybody from staff included in or participated in creating this request for proposal with the town? Any kind of collaboration in creating this?
No, we were not, Councillor Laird.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Councillor Laird.
The original proposals that we put together, there was two, was there not? That was sent in as applications, just to give a little history. Okay, there was one that we sent on behalf of ourselves and the village.
Correct.
That was complete.
Correct.
and that was sent in. And then there was this proposal, application proposal, that was sent in, and it's my understanding it was not endorsed by our council.
I apologize, Councillor Laird. When you said two proposals, I was assuming from us.
No.
So yes, there was competing applications. Some of the criteria within the grant application is it does require endorsement motions by the partnering municipalities. So our application went in with a motion by this council, and of course, our application, our partnering municipality was the Village of Caroline, and a motion complemented that as well. The Town of Rocky submitted their application, and when they submitted, they had a motion by the Village of Caroline. Approximately a week to the time of application submission, Caroline rescinded that motion. However, in discussions with staff at Municipal Affairs, I learned that that motion wasn't deemed, at least at an administrative level, as a complete application regardless, because of geography. I was informed that without a motion from Clearwater County, amalgamation couldn't physically be a conversation between Caroline and the Town of Rocky. So from an administrative level, it required a motion from Clearwater County Council as well, and that was not provided.
So
did that?
It helped a lot. So effectively, the Department of Municipal Affairs had an incomplete application and a complete one, and they chose the incomplete one.
Correct, with the caveat that it's the minister's discretion because it's his criteria or her criteria.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Councillor Liard, for asking for that clarification. I was going to ask myself, but I need a little bit more clarification. The county's application with the village's endorsement, my understanding, went in on February 3rd, and the town's application, did it go in after ours, after February 3rd?
I'm unsure,
Okay.
Councillor Lang. I wouldn't want to answer that. I'm not sure who was in first.
So okay.
Both were submitted prior to the deadline. That I know, but which application hit the desk first, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional comments? Do any councillors wish to make a motion?
I'll start.
Okay. Deputy Responsible.
Okay, I will make a motion that council sends a letter to the Town of Rocky Mountain House with our comments about the draft request for proposal for the regional governance study.
Further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Councillor Vandermeer?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that council sends a letter requesting the Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding Clearwater County's position on the ACP grant funding award to the Town of Rocky Mountain House. Move up a little bit. For a regional governance study. Thank you.
Further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We will move on to the CAO report. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. August 25th CAO report. Item number 1, publication of county highlights. The special edition newsletter is scheduled to take place before the end of this month. And actually, as an update, that newsletter was emailed out and placed on the website today and is anticipated to be hard copy mailed out by next week. The county's website will be updated and has been of the newsletter, showing bold and strike-throughs on the version of the 2010 MDP with the proposed changes. The deadline for public to submit comments is September 30th. The steering committee meetings to review the public's feedback and comments are planned for the end of October. Second item, as a follow-up to potential changes to the assessment model for oil and gas properties, the county's contract assessor confirms the proposed changes are supported by oil and gas industry. The overall goal of industry was to reduce their property tax liability for the future. There has been a significant increase in the amount of unpaid taxes and various oil and gas companies throughout the province. These unpaid taxes would continue to increase without some action being taken. The result is a taxation issue that will influence the assessment valuation. Provincial MLAs have met with concerned municipal representatives and are all consistent in their responses that changes are inevitable. These changes are scheduled to affect the 2020 assessment values for linear wells and pipeline properties. The province releases the 2020 assessment values in February of 2021. The bottom line for municipalities is revenues will be decreasing.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Emmons or administration? Deputy Reeve Swanson?
Being as how Mr. Hagan isn't here at the moment, we will be ear to the ground and having an update on our assessment values at some point in a workshop or strategic planning coming forward. Question in that regard, so that council can kind of get a heads up as to maybe what that impact could be as far as reduced revenues?
Yes, we do have some preliminary numbers. Right now, we are still hovering right around that 5 million in unpaid taxes. And depending where the province settles, we could look at an impact of 3.2 million upwards of 13.5 million. Because they put out 4 different proposals, there's quite a variance. So we do have some preliminary numbers in that regard. You're welcome.
Other questions for Mr. Emmons? Seeing none, we will move on to the Public Works Report. Any questions about the Public Works Report? Actually, there was a question earlier about the retendering of the grader beats. Could you update us as to why this time there were so many incomplete tenders?
So what we've been doing, we've had consultation with our lawyers in regards to this buttoning up and tightening up the entire tendering process in regards to the contract itself and the tender going out and the requirements associated with the tender and what is required of our contractors to submit. So I think in the past here, no fault of anyone here really was we let a lot of things slide, but knowing that there's always that potential for it to come back on us. So we wanted to really make sure that the county is protected and its ratepayers are protected. So we've sent many of our documents in regards to the whole tendering process to our lawyers to vet, and on their advice, they said that make sure now, and so as to protect the county and its ratepayers, that when these bids are submitted, that the documents along with the bids are provided and instructions are followed. And so as to be fair to everyone, even though it's put out on Alberta Purchasing Connection and it's right in there, the instructions are clear, I think individuals that submitted didn't follow instructions carefully and just thought, you know, I'll just put mine in and no fault of their own, disregarding the instructions. So it was a learning process here for not only ourselves but the contractors as well. So that's why I think we saw the majority of them not submit correctly. So we simply felt that the best way to approach this again is to ask it to be retendered, and we're going to make it clear and follow it up with a checklist actually on APC, indicating to the contractors who wish to bid that they're aware of this checklist, follow this checklist, and if you can tick them off, you're good to go. But that's, I think, why that happened.
Councillor Laird.
Just an observation, but perhaps if there's been, a significant enough of a change that, or a tightening up of what you said and a checklist, maybe there's an opportunity for a workshop with both old and new. If they choose to attend, then that's up to them. If they choose not to, again, that's up to them. But at least there'd be an opportunity then for a Q&A so that anybody who's presenting these tender bids would then have an opportunity to ask in the event they don't fully understand. I think it would perhaps benefit both sides because maybe there's something we're missing as well.
And further, the great comment there, Councillor Laird, is that we did follow up with each of those contractors that did submit the bid to make them aware of why it wasn't. So in essence, there was an educational component behind it too, to allow them an opportunity to understand why that we're retendering and what was missing. So yes, definitely.
Councillor Lang.
So Kurt, my question has to do with the Nordic Egg mobile home fencing, and I see the bid was awarded to Central Alberta Fencing. My question is, the range of these bids is quite a bit, from 118,000 all the way up to 170,000. Are these fences like, do we always have to take the lowest bid is my question. Well, I know we don't have to, but do you look at what they offer for their bid? I'm just wondering if the $118,000 bid is a fence that's maybe not as much of a privacy quality fence as the $170,000 bid. Do you look at the quality that's offered before you select which bid we go with?
So typically, we do set out the specifications. So the specs are set out so that everyone, when they submit that bid, it is for the same product.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, just a question with regard to the bridge closure on Range Road 5-3 between Township 40 and 40-2. We understand that it kind of had some problems. That's because I had some staff call me with some of that, and we currently have it shut down and we're waiting. Is there any more you can give us on where we are on that particular bridge?
Yep. So just a few days ago, of course, our engineers went to work on it and provided us with options. There is the keep fix, and that'll give that bridge another 1 to 2 years potentially. And then there is the more in-depth repair. The costs associated with both those, I think the first one was somewhere around, I think it was around 50,000 or so. And then the more in-depth repair was just a little over 200,000, and that should provide us with an additional 10 to 15 years. So now we're just reviewing those proposals again, but we foresee ourselves moving towards the 10 to 15 year solution. and that'll come out of our repairs budget. But it will in no way restrict the loading on that bridge. So it'll remain, it'll keep its load rating and not be restricted and provide us potentially 10 to 15 more years.
Great, thank you for the update. I know that it was not, I think, scheduled at this time.
No.
It just had a problem during the week, and our staff looked after it.
Other questions on Public Works? Okay, we will move on to councillor reports. Councillor Duncan?
Nothing to report other than there was the announcement about on last Thursday regarding the funding approvals for the West Country, mostly for the rail trail and some other projects along the Highway 11 corridor. The county has been a partner in the rail trail, so I would expect some of that as mostly managing the construction and aspects there. So I suspect some of that will flow through the county in some form or another, but there's no more details yet.
Report at this time.
Nothing to report.
The only thing I'd like to report is last month, since the last meeting, has been primarily meetings to deal with the municipal assessment, talking with other Reeves in the area, talking with a couple ministers, and just getting Clearwater County's viewpoint into the hands of the decision makers.
Just quickly, I was on the webinar that Community Futures Digital Strategies for Growth. Two consultants, both out of Calgary. They were very, very good. The one thing that they said, focus on innovation. And what does innovation mean? It means creatively solving a problem today, and that not necessarily new technology will affect will solve that problem. It could be old technology, which I thought was very interesting. Great takeaways. Once I get the PowerPoint presentation, I will forward it to you all. Reeve Hoven and I, of course, were on the Zoom meeting on Friday with the RMA directors, Central Alberta Army directors meeting. Again, the talk was about the assessment model review. We're all in agreement. It does need to be reviewed, but it is cherry picking what is being reviewed. And so with that, we all agreed that we are going to continue to lobby the government through our RMA to to municipal affairs to make sure that our voices and we can be at the table for possible solutions. And they will have their next meeting on October the 2nd as a hybrid, which we can attend, and that the RMA there will be a fall convention that will also be a hybrid at this time, depending on any further outcomes. So we'll see in the weeks to come where that lands us. But that's all for me.
Nothing to report. Okay. Can I have a councillor motion that we accept all the reports as information? Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries. Tracy, I believe that's everything on the agenda for today. Did we miss anything? A motion to adjourn. We'll go with Councillor Duncan. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0, meeting adjourned.